Hey boys, good day. Almost regular Elves pouring in. We got a miracle day again with a patch. Felt like the last week nothing really happened. That Khorne came and went and some random stuff. I feel like I've been useless and doing nothing. So useless got me into some other stuff in real life. Hey guys, for the resubs. So we're gonna start with reviewing the patch notes and see what's after that. The usual, we go to the patch notes and then, you know, plan next.
Oh my god.
Thank Dark Zone.
Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
Yeah. Dark mode needed. Yeah. Let's see it like this. Okay. We're gonna need to mute the game, right? Maybe. Yeah. So we can start with a video here. CA Oxford Coma. Who that? That's a weird name. Let's check the YouTube. Hold on. Let me first check my YouTube stuff. We don't want to show any loot stuff on stream. Oh, yeah. We can show that on stream. Clear history. Okay. Let's see. Crude humor, oh boy.
Total War Warhammer 3 patch 2.2 has arrived, and it's a big one. We've got new Regiments of Renown free LC, character experience reworks, battle type changes, unit balancing, victory tweaks, adjustments to AI and difficulty, a brand new endgame, and of course, bugs getting squashed. So, no time like the present, right?
That was a lot.
Starting off with a big one, we've adjusted the frequency of unwalled settlement battles in Total War Warhammer 3.
To be seen.
All major settlements will retain their walled settlement battles, but now minor settlements will trigger land battles by default. If the settlement has a tier 2 or tier 3 garrison, then the battle will take place on a minor settlement map.
I wonder where they get that
Otherwise,
idea.
the battles will take place on a land battle map, to help break up any map monotony. While we're on the subject of battles, experience gained in combat has also been reworked. Victory type is no longer a part of the calculation. Instead, experience is granted based on a combination of the enemy army's value and proportion of that enemy army that's been destroyed. Essentially, if you destroy 80% of an enemy army, you'll gain the same amount of experience even if you gain a heroic victory or simply bloody the enemy's nose with a valiant defeat. Heroes also gain around 50% more experience from participating in battles, putting their progression...
Okay, that's big. The heroes were not leveling fast enough. The heroes being fixed, that's big.
...more in line with Lords. We've also reworked channeling and Winds of Magic replenishment across Wood Elves, Vampire Coast, Greenskins, and the Beastmen. Wood Elf major settlements grant Winds of Magic reserves per turn. Abducting captives also grants additional Winds of Magic. And I won't ask questions about that if you don't. Beastmen now gain Winds of Magic reserves while raiding and earn even more during full moon and eclipse events. The Vampire Coast now gain magic while in the flagship expansion stance. Norsca can gain magic while in the raiding stance, which can be further bolstered by devoting to the Eagle. And now Greenskins earn Winds of Magic depending on their current WAR
Yeah, that's
level.
big fixes. They forgot
Also,
about this.
Mackay can now channel. Good for them. Lastly, with Dwarfs, we fixed their grudge severity from increasing far too quickly. They'll still get angry, but they'll be disappointed for a bit longer. Which might still hurt just as much when you think about it. On a happier note, we've got new monstrous regiments of renown making their way to the battlefields. For Grand Cathay, we've got the Green Guardian. Kislev have unearthed the frozen heart of winter, and the Ogre Kingdoms have got themselves the Snowhorn of Morn. Over with the Chaos armies, Khorne's bloody fist has arrived. Your fun uncle, Uncle Furuncle, has come bringing Nurgle's
Chaos
gifts.
getting even more
The
powerful.
Golden Griffin of Theurgy brings the Lore of
That's
Metal
ridiculous.
to the Lord
Great
of
demons
Change's
is
spell
renowned.
arsenal, and from the far reaches of experience, the Marquis of Masochism is here to feast on fears in the name of Slanesh.
Okay, that's just crazy. So all those Chaos factions get 4 greater demon regiments renowned on top of all the insane, and I repeat, ridiculous regiments renowns. And not just the player has access to this, but also the AI. Hopefully they are at proper levels for these things. Because we're gonna see this in every army they have. Like every faction of the Warsy Warriors of Chaos, because they... This is a crutch for the AI, because if they keep getting defeated as the Warriors of Chaos, their army is gonna look a little bit sad. So they need all the help they can get, and Regiments Renown is a good way. Because, you know, you get invaded, Chaos army comes, they might have some units from building up some victories with their neighbors and stuff, couple of Regiments Renown, and then you defeat them. And there'll be a set amount of time before they come again. It's usually like 6+ turns, might be 10+ turns, you know, 10 turns Regiments Renown cooldown. And when they get it again, they always get a you know, stronger and stronger army every time. And Wars of Chaos with the Regiments Renown pools, I don't know, man, it feels like a little bit over the top. Little bit over the top. Especially when some of those elite units are like unlocked in rank 10. But that's just some of the experience, so it might be a little bit more balanced now.
No tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering. AI aggression and difficulty have been reworked for patch 2.2. Namely, we've made the AI more aggressive in this patch. The AI is now more likely to attack around settlements, and during sieges they'll use more immediate forms of entry. After all, why use a ladder when the gate's open, right? Agents are also less likely to just clump around areas now, and are more likely to be embedded in armies, meaning that Patriarch and Skaven are less likely to loiter aggressively near each other. There are more details on the changes to the AI on the blog post. These changes will need feedback, so please do let us know what you think about them on our official channels. Victory conditions for certain factions have also changed in patch 2.2. Starting with the High Elves, Teclis now starts off in the Fortress of Dawn, and his victory objectives now see him needing to gain control of the majority of Elven colonies, as opposed to just fully controlling Ulthuan. Imric's objectives now see him needing to go on tour, encountering all the dragons as well as destroying nearby Chaos, Skaven, and Greenskin factions. Elthari and the Grim's short-term goals involve him dealing with Athel Tamra, whilst also dealing with nearby Greenskins and Khorne. Meanwhile, Marcus Wolfheart's long victory now targets locations in Lustria, as opposed to the Empire, which should hopefully make Festag less awkward. Sticking with Lustria, we've also changed up some conditions for the Lizardmen. Krokgar's long victory now focuses on the elimination of forces of destruction and chaos, whilst protecting the nearby jungles. Nakai's long victory sees him dealing with Clan Pestilence and Servants of Darkness in the east.
What? Nakai and Clan Pestilence? Means Clan Ashen. Clan Pestilence is in Lustria. Clan Ashen is in the Kate. That's all the same.
Oxyotl, meanwhile, has had fixes to visions of the Old Ones, ensuring extremely strong armies won't spawn in the early game. Also, his short and long victory conditions have changed, with the short-term condition being completing 6 medium to hard visions missions, and his long-term victory being 25. And quickly while we're here, Lord Croak's Deliverance of Itza spell now has cooldowns, which he looks excited about? Finally, Scarbrand's short victory reward has changed, considering he was less than happy with getting Winds of Magic. So now, considering he was less than happy
Fuck
with
that
getting Winds
pink
of
horror.
Magic reward has changed.
Fuck this
Considering he was
magic.
less than happy with Brand Short Victory reward has changed, considering he was less than happy with getting Winds of Magic. So now he'll earn himself a chainsword, which, oh wow, Chaos Christmas came early.
Wow.
Now for something he and you should be excited about.
Who gave that
For
input?
multiplayer, we're adding separate ranked matchmaking queues for domination and land battle, alongside other bug fixes for multiplayer campaigns. And finally, we've got our brand new endgame scenario, Vermintide, in which nothing happens. Absolutely nothing happens. There's no mass upheaval of giant man-sized rats causing havoc, as there is simply no such thing. Man-sized rats. Pfft, ridiculous. Someone tell this lot over an Ubersreich, yeah? So that's a quick look at some of the changes coming with Total War Warhammer 3 Patch 2.2. As always, your feedback is completely welcomed, so please do let us know what you think of the changes in the comments and on our official channels. For a more detailed breakdown of everything coming with Patch 2.2, such as some small Lord reworks and faction adjustments, do go check out the blog, there's a link in the description. And if you do happen to see a man-sized rat, maybe keep it to yourself, yes.
Okay. So, let's get to the gritty details. Was it legendary? I don't know, but it was cringe. Greetings, Warhammer fans. We hope you're sitting comfortable because update 2.2 is here and it's in technical parlance a whopper. Is it an American thing? Whopper? Because this is what I get when I Google it, you know, to understand what it means. Just big. Okay. It's been a little over a month since the last big patch in the shape of update 2.1, which served to fix some of the problems flagged up before our huge 2.0 release, but now we are plowing to full speed ahead into the feedback we received after the launch of 2.0 and Mortal Empires. And this chunky old update is the result. Chunky. Whopper and chunky. It sounds like almost... That's it, boys. We're not getting anything else this year. Here are some of the highlights. Since, you know, more American influence here. Changes to settlements garrisons to reduce the frequency of settlement battles, okay. Additional flavor for some of the special settlement garrisons, including Caracate Peaks, Black Pyramids, Camelback, and more, by allowing them to use additional units, okay. So, they're generic garrisons. A character experience rebalance, reducing the importance of victory types and focusing on enemy indestruction. Well, to be seen what this is gonna mean. Hey, Looper.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
I hope it's a Coke and or so, and not an American beer. It's a monster. Tweaks to the victory objective of several legend lords, including those of Lizardmen, High Elves, and Empire. A game mode split option has been added to ranked multiplayer. Adjustments to AI aggression, strategy, and overall game difficulty. This one is probably one of the biggest highlights. Plus, monsters are invading the old world in the form of regiments of renown 3, and the new endgame crisis brings ruin that to all. Yes, yes, ... As always, now that update 2.2 is in your hands, we'll be keeping a close eye on all your feedback as our thoughts turn to 2.3. Please make your voices heard on our official channels. Official channels. These are the official channels. People have been using this? Total War Troy Saga has 3k discussions. General discussion on Total War Warhammer has 73,000. Yeah. As for the aforementioned 2.3, that will be on the way later this year before we launch into some especially exciting stuff in 2023. Guys, we have like 2.5 months left in this year. How many... Is alien isolation forum? What? Where do you see that?
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
No, this is just Total War. Hey, Mega. Okay. 2023, huh? A little taste of what's on the way can be found in the looking forward section, the road. With that, it's time to take up arms, check out some of the changes, and keep us posted on how the old world treating you. Total War team. Well, this patch will tell us, guys, if there's 3 people working on this game or more. Okay, update 2.2. Oh man, that's a big one. Hope you guys ready. Hope you guys ready. If you guys expecting the game, come tomorrow. Release Spotlight, Regiments of Renown. Got a bear, got the Stonehorn, got the Nurgle guy, the Slanesh guy, got the Skaven guy, got the Bloodthirster and Lord of Change. So Chaos gets 4 guys, goddamn. Now that 2.2 we are introducing our 3rd Regiments of Renown unit pack free for all players Warhammer 3 Monster Riser for this month as we focus on some of our faction's most vicious units, blessed with a few extra macy tricks that make them more powerful than ever. Okay, we got a Terracotta Sentinel, the Green Guardian. Ability Redirecting Aura. Enemy units within range of the aura will have their projectiles redirect back at themselves. Ooh, I'd love to see what this does. If this actually works. That sounds cool, awesome, really.
I am ready.
Not yet, Carl, not yet. We're not ready. The game has to list it first.
First daughter of the Celestial Emperor.
Man, he's really green. Wow. And a 55-meter range? That's cool. If it works, that's really cool. Might not even be a bench unit, might actually be in an army. Skirmish Bell to test. Well, why not? Why not? Let's see. Let's do a quick one. Skirmish versus AI. How do you even do this? Grand Catain. I haven't even used this menu. Hold on. Clear army. Give the Emperor Captain and this guy. And gonna give these guys some. It has to be close though. Our units there are close. I'm sure it can be Bretonium. Okay. What kind of thingy we have here? Let's see with this artillery. I don't think you can deflect artillery. Can? I've never tried that. We had limited use with this stuff. So all missiles? Damn. That's cool as heck.
All to command!
In Shogun 2? .48 speed, massive radius. We still can't see attack interval, a weapon range, or splash. One day in the future, Warhammer 4 no doubt. Okay, they're switching targets. It has to be in the radius. So that radius is not that good then. Cool, but gonna be situationally useful. I thought it would work actually on ally units for that. If the units would get shielded, but it's for this guy in range. I thought it would work for the allies, but just for him. It's just a cool thing. If he gets close, it's actually could be something if they shoot him. But what if they don't shoot him? I would like to see what happens if there's another target next to him. The range killer, but you're gonna have other targets. Why would they shoot this one?
Oh my god. You see that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
It's not registering damage because its ability, it's, you know, I guess it's weird. They did a lot of damage to each other. No, it's definitely cool. It's definitely cool stuff like this. They could have added something boring like the what Dread Saurian got. This was not the Dread Saurian treatment. Yes, turn. Has a higher missile resistance. So higher missile resistance and redirecting aura.
Bring me to my men.
I didn't check the resistance. 25 missile resistance. Still gets murdered by the peasant bowman though. If anything has a slightly higher AP, this guy just gonna get the lead as you. Yeah. I didn't feel like 25 is resistance. There was 100 armor as well. I guess it was just a lot of projectiles. I think you should be really impervious to stuff like Peasant Bowman. Yeah, regrowth and stuff like this is fine. Khorne's Bloody Feast of Bloodthirster. Even by Bloodthirst standards, the Bloody Feast stands apart. With every savage yet precise blow, it grows stronger while its enemies are pounded to a gory plot on the landscape. As the Gore-Shelled Bloodthirst gains damages when near large enemy targets. Exactly does this mean? '83. I forget this. These guys don't have frenzy. So there's a large enemy presence in range. He gets 10% ward save. It's kind of boring. Makes it a little bit tougher against large units. But they have to pretty much be very close to it. Well, add up nice with the physical resistance. That gives them a little bit more advantage over its against large targets. But it does feel boring. The Frozen Heart of Winter, Elemental Bear. Is a Heart of the Winter spell, bound version. That's cool. That's cool. Oh, that's a good ability. Meanwhile, Khorne guy gets yeah. It's highly tempting, Strakon. I'll tell you next month. What would this run even be, Straklons? Like a full playthrough of Witcher 3? 3's in the main story and also the expansions? Like all the main stories, all the 3 main stories? Uncle for uncle. Uncle for uncle. Defiling Deluge. Uncle for uncle heals himself while damaging enemies around him. Miasma Pestilence is Spirit Leech. God damn, that sounds awesome. It's not a possibility, but still awesome, I think. I feel like this type of thing should be pretty much on all the Great Unclean Ones. It's like, what the hell is this? A disappointment, what it is. Like, there should be a tech or a technology that unlocks this on all the Great Unclean Ones, not just special one. Rare demons are lacking. Disappointing. Stonehorn. The Snowhorn of Morn.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What
Well,
the
I haven't
hell?
confirmed yet, Sakon. I'll think about it until next month. But it's very tempting for 10 months. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold the fuck down. This thing has some 110 armor. It's kind of fast, and it had missile resistance already. And I decided that the Regiment Renown version gets an ability that gives it even more armor and missile resistance, but it slows it down. The best and brightest, boys. Keeper of Secrets, the Marquis of Masochism was the Marquise. What does this one have? Has a Feasting on Fear. And has a Phantasmagorian and Enfilming Foe. This is a really big conditional ability. This doesn't work, this, this is nothing special. Yes, it could combo with Phantasmagoria. I don't know, the Great Demons are so underwhelming, man. The Golden Griffin of Theurgy for the Lord of Change. So it's a metal guy. It's Zinj spells are changed with melee spells, so they get good spells instead of this crap. And he has more armor. This is okay. These are the new regiments renown. Skaven endgame crisis Vermintide. The Skaven honestly is erupting. Buried deep beneath the surface, the Skaven are expanding their underground empire to the farthest corners of the world. With war bombs ready to turn your settlements to ash, plus hordes of vermin spewing out from the dirt in the name of the Underfather. Willing factions must race to wipe the major Skaven factions off the map and put a stop to the Vermintide. But tread carefully, for every Skaven clan that's yet to be slain makes the erupting entities even deadlier. Yes, yes. Stability and performance. Improvements made to the overall stability and performance of the game. Fixed an end of turn crash that could occur when a default rebel faction was set to another faction omitted from the campaign. Fixed rare crash from the carcass would trigger post-battle voice-over lines in a campaign. So end of turn crash has been fixed. Let's see, we got 2 broken campaigns because of it. We got Skarsnik and Eatane. Let's see if it works. Hallelujah, cold fix. Rage. That cake bowl is become one of my least favorite emotes on Twitch. God damn! damn! They fixed it, boys! Back to the ball grinder.
Don't mess with me! What's your message?
Ogres are attacking Utah. Well, to be continued. Save the game. Now it's time to go back to WoW. Hold on, I have to read the rest patch notes first. Okay, the end of turn crash has been fixed. Let's see if it's fixed in both campaigns. God damn, stop with the kick bold. Like, did they half-ass it, or is it really fixed? Oh damn! They done it! Two campaigns are back in business, boys. Can't wait for Illich to come back to one of these campaigns, only for the bug to appear in 10 turns. Man, if that happens, I might install Rod Lich King Classic. Or try to resist and go play something else. Return of Alec. Okay, the game saved. Another one, Alien Isolation. Alien Isolation is not happening unless exclamation mark 1600 somebody requested there. Okay, fixed. Nice. Did something right, and we can continue playing our campaigns. Alien Isolation max difficulty for 1600 euros. Max difficulty. Sure, why not? If it's a 1600 goal for the horror game, why not? Didn't play on max, I play on normal. Alien terrifies, man. I don't know what even would happen on max difficulty. Below were changes made to the gameplay rules, AI and other mechanics that dictate how the game is played. Two aliens. How they play events and campaign starts have been rewritten to cover core gameplay elements for every faction. Remove the number of starting wars between factions who are not their intended starting opponents. This is unlikely to affect player experience directly, but will improve the performance of AI factions such as Demon Prince. Okay, this might lower some of those stagnation all around. Updated reinforcement locations within various faction settlements to prevent unintended enemy behavior. Effects that increased healing caps are no longer 100 times stronger than intended. How does this even happen? How do they release Warhammer 3 Immortal Empires, do new things, and they create that new thing 100 times stronger? Is there anybody even testing this shit? Early access guys? What? 100 times? I mean, it'd be only ridiculous if it was 10 times stronger, but 100 times? How do you fuck up this much? Settlement and deployed towers had their damage reduced to be consistent with Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2 towers. That's royalty. So does this mean that towers have been overall nerfed? Shitty Wizard says, if they didn't fuck up, you would be way less entertained reading these notes. I don't know. Maybe. When colonizing ruins, you now take a temporary vigor penalty instead of a massive manpower loss. Okay, I like this. This will actually help the AI a lot. This is a big change for the AI. This is kinda the type of crutch the AI needs. And this is good. Good crutch. It will also be useful for the player. Fix and quest items that provided magical attacks despite the Legend Lord having magical attacks by default. Oh, makes you wonder if they just removed the magical attacks or if they actually added something on top. Fix just removed. Fewer lines and text. Okay, we have to see just one guy. Okay, let's see. Let's see.
I command here.
Let's not go there. Where's Kislev?
I command ice and snow.
I saw the Archaon, the Ever-Chosen Magic the Gathering card. Goddamn hot as shit. I must have him. Show it. I think this is the art they use. The actual card, I'm not sure where it is. It's I think it's just been teased. I think this was the art they used. There's the MTG card too, right? Yeah, I'm collecting those. They have two sets with those cards. Coolest thing, they're using characters from Baldur's Gate 2 video game in the card game as well. You know, like Minsk or John Rennicus and stuff like that. Really cool. I'm gonna collect those. I would like to get the Warhammer 4000 once as well. I saw Be'lakor and Archaon is coming now, and they reworked some of the cards also to have the Warhammer 4000 style. Baldur's Gate 3 when they release Baldur's Gate 3. I don't want to play Baldur's Gate 2, too much nostalgia. If they remake it, sure, but otherwise no. Baldur's Gate 2 was one of my big games. I played a lot. It was one of the games I played after I quit Magic the Gathering back in 2004, I think. Or 2003, something like that.
Tsarina Catherine of Kislev.
So, yeah, they just removed magic attacks from the weapon. It looks a little cleaner now. Okay. I played Icewind Dale? I did. I got stuck and I never continued. Earlier this month I quit Gwent. I lost interest, so I got back into Magic the Gathering. Okay. Fix an issue where vassalized factions would lose objective completion upon reloading of save file. I think this did happen. My bad, guys, my bad. Fix an issue where auto-resolve battle results would change after loading a quick save. Remove the cap for income provided by tribute from vassals. Why is it in the same line of text? It seems like random. Remove the cap for income provided by tribute from vassals. There was a cap? This tells me they fixed the economic difficulty issues. Because every time I would increase my income, Malekith would go bankrupt and take attrition. So hopefully the economic difficulty was fixed, because economic difficulty was atrocious, non-existent. This is like my biggest hope for this update. When I see this, tells me they fixed the economic difficulty. Endgame ultimate victory objectives now support vassalizing factions as an alternate option to confederating or destroying them. Okay, cool, cool. This is always cool when you have stuff like this. Endgame scenarios now trigger the research of all technologies for the respective faction automatically. Cool. Yeah, very good. Some of the factions did get all technologies, some of them didn't. From what I've seen. It's actually scary for a couple of factions. The free upkeep effect on endgame scenario armies is now visible to the player. Okay. We assume that. Mounted Marauder variants will no longer fire autonomously in melee. Oh man. This is stupid, right? Okay, they fix this behavior. Elder Crew will now provide access to all units offered by the requisite DLC if owned. As before, there is a subset of units available to non-DLC owners. Hell yeah! Boys, we get Gatling guns in the armies. I feel like they would be ideal to, you know, follow Nurgle units. Added and increased straight focus benefits to the ports of Marienburg, Lothar, Erengard, and Bordeaux. The ports, huh? Campaign reductions to the Winds of Magic cost should now properly affect Orca spells. And that wasn't working properly? Maybe on some of the spells. Dragon Fang mounts are now properly available to intended Warhammer 3 factions. We implemented additional fix for instance of flying units being able to capture points, this time affecting Mage, Fire Dragon mounted, Phoenix mounted, Tactless, Skeleton Captain, and Eagle mounted. Oh, that's strange. Okay. Holy shit. So now on tier 1 it produces resources, not on tier 2. Used to be tier 3 5% and 10% on tier 5. So now on tier 1 you get that extra resource production and you get more income from trade tariffs on tier 1. And on a tier 3 it's now better than tier 5. And tier 5 is big now. Like really big. Having one of these cities with its next couple of resources is gonna be totally noticeable. That's really big. And those 4 cities have this.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
Looks like the Aldor Garrison has been fixed. Well, Lothar gets a unique... it's similar there. Oh, walls are back in Aldor, boys. Stronger garrison and the walls building is back. Okay. Dev note, the Blood Pack incidents would regularly all fire between turns 10 and 20. Even the duration of most campaigns has meant that around 20% of the campaign battles were actually being fought with a completely different pace and balance than intended. What the hell is this? They're talking about the those charge events, damage events. Yeah, I guess. Why they don't call it just events? Why they call it incidents? It's like inconsistent, more inconsistency here. Like they like create something new every time. Incident. Exploit fixes. Fixed an exploit where certain legend lores from Warhammer 2 could be duplicated in a single campaign. Did I tell you guys there was a guy last month that played with 2 Grimgors? He said it was the best, most fun thing that happened to him in the Warhammer series. Just imagine every battle with 2 Grimgor. Races and balance, general. Each allied Autops and Tomb King or Beast of will now grant +1 unit capacity for all that faction units. Wow. Well, Tomb Kings signed some alliances, boys. That's strong as fuck. Even for the Beastmen, but for Tomb Kings especially. I mean, like, the AI Tomb Kings will get also stronger. That's big. That's big. You wanna have like 3+ Elves with Tomb Kings now. That's big. Either missing here tulips to giant spiders, feral bears, and feral ice bear units. This campaign, we allied with Fulvers and Nagash.
You are not him.
Maybe that does not work with old campaigns.
More sleep shines.
Bats and wolves gather. Years empty the tombs. Darkness comes.
Or maybe this is only just works for the ally. Because look at this, we can finally recruit Tomb King's units. This basically means that you get access to their units, but they don't get the capacity, possibly. As you can see, this is one of each. You can finally start using their units. Allying with the Archon the Black, you get extra hex rates. Casket is a special unit. Can I recruit DLC units in this campaign? Don't have any examples. Abilities. Dev note, in update 2.0 we significantly buffed many units across all the undead races. Combined with the switch to percentage-based healing in Total Warhammer 3, they significantly reduced the impact that Crumbling has on units whose leadership was broken. As a result, we are slightly increasing the damage of Crumbling to help with clearing out undead enemies that are falling apart. Well, hopefully the AI will get the memo as well. It looks like about 40% increase. This will really hurt the Tomb King player, unless you have good leadership. So early Tomb Kings might be a little bit tougher with this change. Channeling and Winds of Magic replenishment. Several races lacking the channeling stance now have their own unique method of replenishing Winds of Magic. That's cool, cool. Beastmen have the full moon event, so 50, 100, 150. Magic was 5, 10, and 15%. This is how they were doing this shit so far. Just remove 0. Removed 1-0, and that's how it was so far. They finally realized the thing they created is shit. In addition, the beasts now gain +10 wins of magic per turn when in raiding stands. Okay, so they got more options. Greenskins, based on their faction-wide VA level, gain -3, 3, 6, or 9 wins of magic per turn for all forces. A faction-wide VA is really easy to maintain. You might just keep it permanently at 9, which is really good. Lizardmen have access to channeling stands. Nakai, the rest of them did have before. Norsca also gets wins of magic when raiding. Devotion to the Eagle now grants wins of magic power capacity. Cool. Vampire Coast, the flagship expansion stands only available at sea, now offers the following winds of magic options. 20 winds of magic per turn, own army, +10 winds of magic per turn, force and sphere of influence. Sphere of influence of Vampire Coast. And Wood Elves major settlement buildings now grant winds of magic reserve per turn to local armies. A duck kept disposed battle options now offers +5 winds of magic reserve. Damn, pretty good. Okay, let's see what happened with the Beastmen. In this update, we are raising the multiplier cost of all Chaos Spawn units for all races. Looks like they've been watching YouTube videos, as they were an overly prevalent unit thanks to their excellent mass and tanking potential. In the Beastmen case, they have a notably lower damage than the other variants, so we are compensating for that. Across the board, Giants have been not a popular unit in any race or game mode despite the additional missile resistance. We are again giving them a blanket buff, increasing their armor and weapon strength to make them one of the hardest hitting units in the game. Man, the Giants only have ridiculous damage. What damage they have now? What the 700 weapon strength, and some factions have multiple weapon strength buffs, and they got 20 armor. Wow. Giants back on the menu, boys. 700 weapon strength. And there's several factions that have crazy buffs for this shit as well. That's a lot of damage. I don't want to go there, boys. I don't want to go there, but... Warriors of Chaos. Chaos Giant versus Great Unclean One. Don't come at me. Just don't. This will show how terrible Great Unclean Ones are compared to regular Giants. Chaos Giants. Holy shit, man, the Great Unclean One is trash compared to a Chaos Giant now. Trash. For Warriors of Chaos. Okay. They still be a slow, huge target, so we believe that this should bring them into the meta without making them too oppressive. Minotaurs are another unit that has been performing poorly. Here we go, boys. Minotaurs been performing poorly. Let's see what I get. Especially when Chaos Spawn occupy a similar design space. For now, we are giving them a boost to their hit points, allowing more time to benefit from their Blood Grid passive. Paired reductions to their multiplier costs, we hope to encourage their inclusion in the competitive builds. God damn. Did I guys say I love multiplayer? Multiplayer is good. Get the fuck out of here. Mine has got 1,000 health. Just like that, plus 1,000 health. That can't be right. They're gonna be annoying as shit now to kill. General updates. Beastmen no longer unlock Dark Elf ports when erecting a Hearthstone. God damn, I can't. They also no longer use their basic port in special port locations. Okay. To be seen. Taurox the Brass Bull. Taurox now gains +1 momentum from the first battle he fights each turn. Momentum will no longer decay after concluding a rampage, only when Taurox fights another battle. Momentum granted at the start of new rampage 1 to 3. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's like poor Taurox got over-nerfed and they had to revert this shit. There was a topic on Steam. People were literally raising their pitchforks on paid content being nerfed like that. I think it got out of control that they actually closed that topic, but it was a big on Steam discussion. So it looks like Tarok is back to insanity levels. Campaign. The Eye of the Gods event no longer targets an army that does not belong to the player's faction. They're telling me... will that happen to us? I'm not sure. Oak of Ages settlements will now correctly provide a unique Hearthstone building chain when occupied. Follow Man, Calfrance is back. Follow Man, update the inter-camera height. Chaos Spawn for the Beastman, we have 10 more damage. Giant has 20 more armor and has a lot more damage. Like over 10% more damage. Oh, my interest are only got 500 health, no, not 1000, okay. Okay. Thought that we had that 7700, so it's 500 health, still quite a bit. Still quite a bit. Crowfather Malagor now offers missile resistance instead of missile damage to his army as per his Warhammer 2 effect. Oh man, we're gonna have to clear so many things in the G-Bob. G-Bob is turning into yeah. This is going to be is this going to be the first update where we actually gonna be clearing clearing stuff in the G-Bob, marking them as fixed? Okay, might as well already. I mean, we can go over this on a separate stream. Not I have to do this today. There's a lot to go through here. Beastman technology are now correctly labeled as challenges in the search field. This is the Hanking Roman. This is just a thing, you know. This is why, you know, apparently they got fixed, but is it fixed in the game? I don't trust anything this guy's right. Better check it first. It's gonna be like a... yeah. Fixed. Fixed in our heads. We just basically add in front of it fixed and in what update, Disco Dragon. We do not remove entries, we just edit them with, you know, if they're fixed or not. In update 2.0, we changed the speeds of several horse-based cavalry rosters. However, Bretonnian hadn't received this treatment until now. We'll monitor how the fast the cavalry get on, as well as your feedback as you get the time to experiment with them in combat. Increasing speed on high collision units. Oh, that's tricky. If I'm not mistaken, that hidden formulae, you know, that we can't see, because, you know, it's not important, has something to do with the unit collision damage with mass and speed. And half of this thing is hidden, so you can't even see. Just have to, you know, it has mass, it has speed. It might work, but then you see how they get hit, especially on like unarmored stuff. A campaign: fixed battle pilgrim unit cards not showing on buildings of Bretonnia. A rare soft lock that could occur during AI Bretonnia faction turns have been fixed. Fixed in unavailability of Bretonnia brothel building. Good thing we haven't played Bretonnia yet. Playing Bretonnia without brothels. The faint Chandler's quest for Morgana Mirror will no longer autocomplete when constructing any building rather than the specified tower of the Enchantress. Fixed upon starting mission for Pierre the Ardent's banner not completing. Bells, updated character abilities in the Chalice of Potion, Guardian of Lannes, and Sword of Lannes quest bells. Nail the missing army in upon Sword of Lannes quest bell, meaning players can now complete it. Okay. We have run speed on the Bard Warhorse, it has been increased. Not by much. Rapunzel's horse got a little bit faster. So all the pretty much heavy horses got speed buff. Geralt Guardians 5 more speed. Dolores Blade, Green Knight. Remove the buff to melee base damage as the Green Knight does not benefit from it. Duration 27-33 seconds. You know, they make ethereal units pure armor piercing damage, and they forget about the Green Knight, you know, being a ghost with doing armor piercing damage, but they still retain regular melee base damage. This is just the thing, guys. An example where all basic damage buffs should be completely removed from the game. Same with the, you know, the other halves, the split, the armor piercing one. They should just have weapon strength. Not splitting this stuff for all confusion, and, you know, some of those buffs are utterly trivial. Demons of Chaos, general updates. Demon Prince can now use their basic port in special port locations. Yeah. Campaign. Demon Prince, the deity-specific post-battle captive options are now offer additional effect in addition to glory gain. Oh, that's one of my complaints about Warhammer 3. Those post-battle options were really lacking. So they had extra now, like they should.
Oh my god. Have
Hey,
you seen
Grid.
that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
Winds of magic when increasing. No, Freakish mutations and probably applies to its effect to the Chaos War Shrine unit, so the bells will even work properly. Dark Elves. The Dark Elves slave system felt too passive, so we made things a bit more dynamic by removing the slave cap on minus elements. Players can now utilize the global effects at the cost of their public order to focus on capacity. Or instead have a settlement utilize around 100 slaves to keep their infrastructure bonuses active. Other settlements in the meantime can keep their capacity lower and just use slaves when maximum capacity is reached. Once you get a chance to play with it, let us know what you think, whether the system is now too punishing or is it still too passive. General updates. Cleaned up redundant help page information regarding Dark Elf slave mechanics. Slaves, Dark Elf, racial mechanic. Start numbers of slaves reduced to 200 to 100. Slave right cost for 400 to 800 gold. Dictate cost for 400 to 600 gold. Open markets 2 to 400 elsewhere. The cooldown open market 5 to no turn cooldown. So this is what they wanted to be less passive. So adjustment may be made to the slave drain in relation to public order. If public order is insecure, wavering, or weak, slave drain rate from buildings now increments to 10%, 10%, and 100% accordingly. So you want to have higher public order or control. So I wonder if they brought the new guy here, because public control has been removed from the game. It doesn't exist in Warhammer 3. It looks like they brought one of the new guys from another team, and he did not get the memo. It's control now. Public control no longer exists. Public order does not exist anymore. This looks like they got someone new working there. The select capacity brackets have also been adjusted as follows. You can have a lot more slaves now. But they can also be used a lot more. This is the ridiculous one. Construction time reduction per turn instead of percentage, now it's flat turns. This is the 25, the middle, and the last tier. If you mouse over here, you got steady, that is insecure, the first negative, wavering, the second one, and weak, the third one. Oh, looks like this has been a big buff here. I haven't played the Dark Elves yet in Warhammer 3, but honestly didn't look that bad before. It's like I guess they want to do a more active system. It was passive as shit in Warhammer 2. Like super overpowered. Commandments. The increased production commandment now has the following effects. Growth plus 25 to 50 and slave income for 10. What the f? They got a commandment that has plus 50 growth? And then we doubled it. How do you go from 25 to 50? Figures of Kane's slave effects have changed. Slave declined from minus 30 to minus 50. I guess I don't think we're gonna be caring that much about this one. Now, additionally, reduce the slave cost of dictates by 10% on the roads. Not above on the roads. Buildings, industry change. Slave drain is now only active when above 100 total slaves. So you can have way more slaves, but there's a lot more draining going on around as well. Like Arc slave building generates more slaves. Farm provide half their growth based on slave availability, added small slave capacity increase. Added slave income increase in the region. And still have no more slave capacity. I guess we're gonna be using a lot more dictates now. I mean, dictate seems to be like a thing that's gonna be used more. Hey Koskis, I already checked. Both Tyrion and Scar's campaigns can be continued. They fixed the intern crash bug. Provide half the public order based on slave availability. So it look like they got the new guy here. Because there's no more public order, it's control now. They're just confusing everybody here. Just when we get used to new shit, they come back with the old shit. Why did they change in the first place? It's like they changed the names on a bunch of traits. You know, like Taskmaster back in Warhammer 2. Now it's Supervisor, and it's identical shit. The cards with Agony Quest Battle now correctly offers a recruitable Black Arc as a reward. I wonder if they fixed the AI Black Arcs. Mouse is right. They got new guys working there, boys. Malice's right geared Witch King now gives experience to the spawn hero. The number of settlements in Malekith's faction is now displayed when performing the right. Dark Elf, a long victory reward now grants plus 20% income from slaves. Big Sloker now wrongly affected by loyalty, being affected by loyalty. Our abilities updated in the quest battle. Will always display in battle the murderous prowess. Big Sagat scaring cross skill no disabling upping for harpies. Oh man. Guess one less. I guess I can play everything, right? Morati will no longer gain the Crowd-Slash character trait. Why didn't they just keep the Crowd-Slash trait on her and just make it do something else with her? No fun. Hey Pradik, fix Morati's technology's festival ruin endless debauchery, spreading chaos and demonic corruption instead of slash corruption. Fix Morati's quest item 100 in the dark source, spreading chaos and divide corruption instead of slash corruption. Maybe they fixed all this shit for a sequel as well. Because they forgot that as well. Okay, we are on the Dwarfs section. It balances the starting severity of some starting grudges for the Dwarf Legion Lords. Yeah, some of the starting ones do get a meter going rather fast. Biggest issue where the grudge severity was increasing far more quickly than intended. Move with Belaga's Manga deployment benefit from his Lord effects to his faction effects. So it's unique to Clan Anger now. Dwarves no longer retain their mohawks after losing their heads, which, let's be honest, was quite a skill. Well, Units were attaining something more than just Mohawks in some cases. They basically decapitated, but the Mohawk still stays. You get like a Mohawk, you know, still in the air, texture bugs and stuff. Dwarfs no longer declare war on other AI dwarves during the Grudge Too Far endgame scenario. Yeah, that was rather strange, seeing Clan Angrund fighting Karak Norn. Fixed an issue where Gotrek could not equip dwarf runes. Thorgrim's Grudgebearer starting engineer now has his unique starting trait, as does Casador. Ooh, nice.
Have you seen that shit? Holy shit!
His unique starting trait. What is his unique starting trait? Let's see. Hey, Groggle.
I am Prince and Emperor. Retake the realms.
And I want to play so many campaigns. Like, there's so many of them. Somebody asked me, how do you do it, Elge? Mortal Empress is out there, I still haven't played the Empire and the Dwarfs.
Hey, all right.
So this is what they meant by the unique trait. And the tournament is still in the game, and it's still total garbage. Absolute pile of dog shit. It's dripping. Abilities. Added an army wide plus 10% missile block chance to Belgrad's Lord trait. What?
Summon the Elector Counts. Send me to Iron Armor.
Missile block chance plus 7% Lord's army. What the? That's crazy for the AI. Crazy. For the player, that's nice, but for the AI, that's crazy.
Agreed.
They still haven't fixed the ghosts.
My answer to
Maybe in 2.3.
Belligar Iron Hammer.
Fucking hell, man. And dwarves with silver shields and gold shields. We're getting there. One day we'll get a technology doing... So, this is the first step, boys. We finally have a buff in the game that grants missile block chance to the whole army. Next step, add it to other things and possibly technologies. We really need stuff like this on technologies, especially for the shielded units. Units that rely on their shields should make their shields more reliable. If the units have big shields, they should be nearly impervious to missiles, you know, from that side of the, if they're shooting the shield. Not slowly they get killed by the AP damage and, you know, if they get shot enough times. Even if their bodies are made literally impenetrable by some projectiles. Like, you know, goblin arrows harming iron breakers. Goblin arrows harming chosen. Get the fuck out of here. This does not buff existing shields, but this grants 20% missile block to all units. And any form missile block is shield, you know, like deflect. It doesn't mean the unit has to have shield. You know, like the Slayers or the Swordmasters. They don't have to have a shield to have a missile block chance. Fix the icon incorrectly, claiming that unique items in the forge could be crafted multiple times. Okay, ground crate, no dev note. Fix unintended cases where Crate yin and yang buildings could be converted into each other. Both Miao Ying, Ying and Zhao Ming, Miao Yin, who no longer have access to active spells or abilities when in their dragon transformation, with the exception of following. Dragon's Breath, Talon of the Night, and the Eye of the Storm. I guess this, their other form matters more. Campaign the Caravan encounter given from Ind will now only offer units that will fit within the 20 unit cap of the Caravan army. Example, if the army has 20 units already, no units will be offered. Abilities: fix the Dragon Emperor's Rider Architect Compass ability, not causing enemy armies to take attrition in Mortal Empires. Yeah, so they fix as well. Greenskins, Dev Note. Greenskins will also benefit from the giant buffs. We will of course be monitoring both how it plays out, and your feedback will make additional changes. I don't know, guys, something tells me the giants might even get another buff. When the AI Greenskin faction was completes, the event message will not display the faction in question, and will only display if the player has met the faction to diplomacy. Hallelujah. That shit was stupid when it was showing stuff like this without meeting the faction or what happened and who did it. It was really, you know, like some half-assed implementation when it was released. Campaign, the Pig Barter settlement chain is now appropriately that of a major settlement. Grimgor Ironhide. Grimgor's Ironhide quest item blood for the armor will now correctly be awarded to the AI. So it was bugged. Grimgor short victory underwent some tweaks to bring it in line with other short victories. Grimgor short victory description is now more accurate. Added Tower Torment and challenge storm regions to the Grimgor short victory region objectives. So those Grimgor short victory requirements from 6 to 5. Grom the Punch. Fix Grom's cooking ready, not unlocking when completing his quest battle or when getting certain characters types to rank 15. Fix Grom the Punch lowers the defeat rate, not applying the causes terror attribute. Yeah, the Pig Barter was fixed. Skarsnik. Fixed Skarsnik faction effect not applying plus 100% experience for heroes. I fucking knew it. Fucking knew it. Something stank. We played 50 turns of that fucking campaign. We didn't get any experience on the heroes. This is gonna be one of his best things. Fucking knew it. Skarsnik Greenskin recruitment building chain now starts at level 2. Okay, so it doesn't look bad on tier 1. Skarsnik doing coming? No, we continue the campaign. There's nothing to do there. Campaign only has 20 plus hours in. Fixed words like being able to recruit idle of Gork regiment now at rank 2 rather than rank 30. What the fuck? So he gets a rank up and he only recruit tier 5 unit? Almost like the Chaos with their regiments now these days. The Giants got a big buff, really big. Goblin Wolf Chariots lost a projectile. What? The range attacks is gonna be shit now. Totally was shitty. Why? I smell multiplayer.
My bloodline calls.
He's still firing 2 shots. Nice fix. Maybe they were firing 3 before. Okay, High Elves. Let's see what happened here. Dev note, although they remain capable in campaign, they're only capable, guys. Only capable. High Elves have been called out for their overall underperformance in multiplayer. Despite implementing numerous buffs to them in 2.0. So we are rolling out a massive pass of multiple cost reduction across the board for ranged and elite units. This will allow High Elves to bring more troops to multiple battles, significantly boosting their overall power level and map presence. Oh shit, I'm taking nerfs to the High Elves in the next patch. We are also adding Martial Mastery to Sword Masters and Lore Masters. Oh shit. Sword Master getting another 6 attack while they're about 25% health. That's deadly shit. 6 attack. Just like that. That's a lot. So from plus 2 and 12 to plus 8 and 12. As some of the best combatants in the high element also believe this is to be not only an appropriate buff for performance reasons but also thematic ones. I was always wondering why I didn't have Martial Mastery. It was Sword Master after all. Sword Masters are gonna be super deadly from the start now. Especially against infantry. General updates. Fix some text in Adult Tamara. I don't know. 80 panel where the phrase upgrades available was cut off with ellipses for several languages. Campaign. Legend lore quests granting unique items will now grant the ancillary if the mission is cancelled. Grant the ancillary? I mean, it will grant the item. High Elf Noble gain influence agent action now grants influence over time as in Warhammer 2. Okay, that was fixed. That felt strange there. I wasn't sure, you know, how to go with it. But you know, they got it back there. Fixing issue, the Cult of Pleasure was not getting the correct element building, removing garrisons. Alitanar. Alitanar will now receive a Shadow Mage at the start of the campaign. Ooh. Ooh. Nice, nice for the second army. Plus, his starting position has been changed. Stark in Karankar made it harder to convince Brood, so they're now encamped in the monoliths. So that's to the west. Monoliths, I think that's that region with marble. So it got degraded, moved a bit, so more brooding location.
I fight for the great. Serve the Shadow King.
Altarian the Grim. Altarian's long-term goals no longer mimic other high elf goals. Instead, he will need to deal with his rival Grom the Paunch, ensure Tor Rivers is in safe hands, and deal with other nearby Greenskins and Kislev threats. Increase the strength of Altarian's second starting army and changed its lord to an Archmage with a custom trait. Who was it the last time? Who was it before this change in Warhammer 3? Was it in... I think it was in Warhammer 2 was an Archmage, right? Did they give him a princess or something? So basically you start in monoliths and they want you to go take over this area. So a harder start, that makes a little more sense for him, huh?
Alifana. Alifana.
Check new Hiles Lord Sport in the recruitment tab. Recruitment tab, huh?
Protector of Elfra.
Oh, yeah, this looks good.
Defender of the Phoenix.
Almost looks like a Legend Lord, really. Now, his name, there's definitely not a Legend Lord named Melvin, but yeah, almost like a Legend Lord on the portrait. I'm sorry if your name is Melvin, but you're never gonna be a Legend Lord. Where is it here? Archmage with a custom trait. What do they mean by a custom trait? Let's see what they mean. I mean, I'm curious what they mean with some of these things, you know, so let's go longer about it.
No rest, no weakness.
Wrong. We can name the Demon Prince that. It's cute you think Demon Prince is a Legend Lord.
Servant of the tower.
Cavil is with Altarian.
Prince Eltharion.
And the Adult Tamara's Fate Bears look so good. I don't want to go there, but it kind of reminds me of those more advanced troops Rome gets in Total War Attila. When I look at the unit card.
High Elven Archmage.
What in the shit? That one must be random. But look at this shit. Unique trade. They just give it pretty much greater ward and 50% of absolute control. When the wind blows near the smage, it carries a faint aroma of lilac and gooseberries. Because what is it supposed to mean? Like when the women fart, it doesn't stink. That's a Witcher 3 reference. Added unit capacity for Mistwalker units to Tor Ivar's main settlement buildings and remove the ability to build a Mistwalker building in this settlement. Okay, that finally got fixed. Darion's Mistwalker dilemma will no longer trigger faction lords who have been confederated. Imrik. Not even a prince, it's just Imrik. Imrik's victory objectives have seen minor tweaks for better suit his starting position rather than migrating back to Ultron. He now needs to encounter all the dragons as well as destroy nearby major Skaven, Chaos and Greenskin factions. Let's drink some water. Yeah, Straklon is trying to make me play another round of Witcher 3. My game performance and quality was pretty good when I played back in 2016, but I wonder what kind of... Now makes me wonder what kind of quality I will get on my new computer. They're releasing like a remaster of the game, right? Or a higher quality if we decide to play it. Currently, request is at 10 man demands, or request tokens. Straklon really wants to see us have sex with Reese. Next gen version, end of the year. I don't know. I'm gonna think about it. But if we do Witcher 3 run, it's gonna be at least 3 weeks. It's definitely tempting for 10 tokens, definitely. I'll think about it. Fix an issue where Imrik's dragon counter markers wouldn't produce a generic dragon army to fight against. Clicking Imrik's dragon encounter button will no longer move the camera to the bottom left of the map. Yeah, like, what's up with this? You know, it's not just in this case. There's a couple of cases where the camera moves to the bottom left of the map. You know, I can't wait. You know, if we do it, and we put all the graphics to highest, 380 Ti, this PC, and then we put that the hair graphic on, and it still lags. I guess it's gonna be time to buy 490 and a power station to supply it. Teclis. Teclis' starting position has been changed, having emerged from the jungles and reclaimed the Forest of Dawn for the High Elves. These victor objectives have not seen minor tweaks to better suit his new starting position. Now needs to gain control of the majority of the element colonies rather than taking full control of Ultron. Okay, now it makes also more sense.
Bring me to my men.
We must preserve this world.
We can achieve much together.
Winds of magic power reserve change perception increasing. Fucking hell, man. Like, what is this, CA? What the fuck is this shit? This is stackless. Oh, they're for dog shit trait. Absolute crap. LS says, with the current version, even with the hairworks on, I get 4K 90 FPS into Sun. Nice. That's a sweet starting location. And Kairos is on the other side. Oh man, that looks like a pain in the ass. I guess you have to clear this first and then clear the Kairos.
There is no limit to my power.
Oh man, I missed Teclis. God damn. Come on, man, what is this shit? Whopper? What's the other word they used? Chunky? Like, what the fuck is this shit? What is this shit? What is this shit? Don't they know that they have the best stance in the game to channel magic?
My powers are yours.
Update the character model in the Talons of Khorne quest battle. Assign a credit planning position for the Mamba Jumbo. Ready to reinforce arms to close to match their arm to location Warhammer 2 Shacklet Dragon Battle. Imri quest battles, I mean Dragon Battles. The Armor Calder quest battle to fix the intercamera. Just a bunch of calls for the multiplayer. High elf influence traits have been rebalanced, bringing the weaker ones up to par and reducing a few outliers. While some have had their effects adjust to make use of new possibilities in this Warhammer 3. So you're telling me the ones they've been using this whole time got nerfed, and then about the ones that have not been used? Goddamn stud horse of this company. Fucking stud horse. Boring again.
Summon the Elector Counts.
That's why the other one has been reduced. I blame Haha. Haha used that on every single card that he had. It's his fault. Have you checked Kairos yet? No. No, we haven't gotten there yet. You know that trait with missile resistance and metal defense for the army? Everybody and their mother was using this, because there's a lot of bad stuff. And now they nerfed this one and make all the other stuff different. We can actually do this. I guess this one is just auto-resolve. Okay.
I will lead the assault.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get a turn. Kekwi.
The Asur follow strength.
Come again!
Turn them loose.
That garrison looked weird.
You have the nerve to stand before me?
Who?
Another time.
This one used to be called Ambusher, and for this faction it's called Ambuscader. It's like, you there, find some work, and then that guy goes into the files, opens the hood, starts, pulling shit out, and then he finds the traits, Ambusher, rewrites it into Ambuscader. Taskmaster rewrites it into Supervisor. Sea Legs, Seafarer. And 5 hours of doing nothing, call it, job's done, goes home.
Master of high magic.
So Incendiary has been nerfed quite a bit. The attack and defense on the Incendiary was really relevant to the Archmages and the Mages. Not so much the damage. So they nerfed the wrong part of it. These things are back on the traits, how you acquire them. So Incendiary Archmages are history. Maybe not, the dragon still gets a lot though. Maybe they buff some other stuff. Because attack and defense mattered as well, not just the damage. Damage was obscene already. So on top of attack and defense for these units, they added unit experience gain plus 25% for Sisters of Avalon in the hero's army. That's interesting.
Protector of the Everqueen.
Master of high magic.
Frugal used to be upkeep reduction by 15%. Now it's campaign wound range and ammunition. That's a massive change and a good one. Because honestly, Frugal was boring. This is much better. This might not. This is one of those traits for people that don't fight battles. You get more campaign wound range, which is always good, and more ammunition might heavily influence auto resolve in your favor. Wonder how will this affect the bolt throwers.
Master of high magic.
Can I offer assistance?
It's cute they thought the Frugal was something big. At least they did a good change in like just completely butchering it like with the Entrepreneur.
Alariel the Everqueen.
This Radiant should be renamed to Blinding.
I serve the king. You need me?
And we got such a fun army with this one. Crushing is still good.
Master of high magic. I wield the winds.
Vigorous no longer 50% ward save, it's now 20 physical resistance. So this one got butchered. It's still very good, but rather... I don't think I'm gonna be recruiting much Vigorous anymore. I did make the Handyman have 20% ward save without any items. Medic is still the same. Apparently Medic is fine.
Master of high magic. Scholar supreme.
Conscientious is also fine, so, you know, apparently.
High Elven Archmage.
Limber lost 10 melee defense. Still very good though.
Protector of Elves.
Master of high magic.
I serve the Phoenix King.
Unfathomable knowledge.
I'm just checking if we had any more stuff here. Observant now also grants more ammunition, not just experience per turn. They nerfed some of the traits and buffed some of the other ones. Oh, Bird Brain is actually way worse now. Even the negative traits got more negative.
You summoned me.
The winds are rising.
Born to lead. Speak your mind.
Hoeth sees all.
Administrator is the same. Yeah, the resistance is still very good, huh? Ooh, look at this one. This one got changed as well. 20 spell resistance, 20 missile resistance, and 800 barrier on an Archmage. The students of Tectus, man. So Entrepreneur, they added character experience gain plus 15%. The local region effect is still shit. Especially because it's just local. So Builder and Dealer and Entrepreneur are dog shit for the income, but at least Entrepreneur now has a little bit more experience. You're never gonna pick this for 60 influence though. But if you Confederate, might be fine to keep because of the extra experience. It's pretty bad. Dealer, 10% local income. Entrepreneur are the worst rates for 15 and 60 tiers. It's a local region, so it will only buff income in the gas station Bombay and not the rest of the province. So as you can see, this income here is divided in 4 regions. Administrator is still the same. Frugal got changed, and it was a good change. No longer does upkeep production though. Damn, Adept also 20% more ammo. Man, Adept is really good now. Get a adept with a lore master, you get 350 experience per turn. Every single turn, like almost like Warhammer 2 Legendary AI. This is very good. This one is strange. So resilient is 15% ward save and immune to contact effects. So there's still a 15% ward save, it's just on a different trade now. It's all pretty much the same stuff. Yeah, at least in some of it. Okay, fixed Alitanar's Lord trait, not reducing the upkeep for Shadow Warriors. Who does even recruit Shadow Warriors with that guy? What's the damn point of negative traits? Nobody recruits them. It's because they want you to use influence on the lords. If you don't do it, you get negative stuff. Technology. Restore the missing units from the high technology tree from the Warden and the Punch DLC. The missed ones, huh? Items. Change the mission requirements for Technical Scroll Hoard quest item to defeat Zinch armies and Dark Elf armies. Okay. Khorne. Dev note, while Khorne performs well in campaign, their units are often too expensive in the multiplayer environment. Even considering their high power levels, they're designed to make up for the race's lack of magic. Such, we are reducing the multiple cost of the most elite of Khorne to allow them to shine in multiplayer. It's almost like they need some you know, they need to speed some bullshit because, you know, you can't use Chaos Points anymore effectively. Now you have to, you know, use some other stuff. Silvering Guard on Spear Wall. Silvering Guard on Trumpeteers. Silvering Guard on Light Itlmar Armor.
Master of High Magic.
Silvering Guard on Lumberyard.
I see the winds.
At the same time, the spawn of Khorne underperform when compared to their counterparts, so we are very slightly increasing their armor. Fighters of Khorne will be receiving a significant multiple cost reduction in addition to matching the hit points buffs of the Beastmen variants. Should make a more attractive pick in all game modes. The Chaos Shrines of Khorne have a similar problem, where their Giver of Furious Glory ability is much weaker than their counterparts. Yeah, it was pretty underwhelming. So we are increasing the maximum boosts this can offer. That said, we are assigning a multiplier cap of 1 to all Chaos Shrines, as we would like to be a support unit as opposed to core pieces of the army. Chaos Knights have been underperforming in multiple across the board for all races, so we are reducing their multiplier cost globally. How about giving Chaos Knights some more damage? Some more AP, like +2, +3 AP, and it's not rocket science. General updates. The garbage to Khorne now use the correct icon in the Morning Glory panel. Fix Khorne blood holes counting towards supply lines calculation. Oh my god. No, 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 no. How do we get to that point? Gotta be the same bug then with Slanesh as well. Fix the Skullcrusher leader boon of chaos only applying to the character instead of all Skullcrushers in the army. Scarburn short victory reward in Mortal Empire's Winds of Magic have been replaced with a chainsword. Spawn of Khorne got 10 more armor. Givers of the Furious Glory was so bad they tripled it. And it looks like they fixed this one as well, because they didn't even know how the game worked until the player base pointed out. Now provides wings against fire instead of reducing fire resistance. Items. Khorne factions can no longer earn the Chromatic Tome Ancillary. Kislev. General updates. Replace mammoths with marauders, hunters, and both gathering starting enemy armies. What do they mean, both? Both of her enemies have mammoths in the starting armies? Must have been a lot of plebs complaining. Added sleds and Little Grome to Erengard Frost Home Special Building. Reduce support cost of Erengard from 2,000, 4,000, 6,000, 8,000, 10,000 to much lower. Please convince element visuals of the Southern Oblast region to properly display as Kislev. No additional buildings added to the great cities, which have not enough slots. Technology. Cutter now starts with the Ice Sculpting technology already unlocked, granting fast access to the Ice Core training mechanic. Change because technology require ownership of settlements to also allow for allies vassals the ownership of the settlements. The tool to acquire Khadrin's unique weapon Frostfang has been updated to better reflect how to obtain it. Okay, the Lizardmen. Lizardmen have been performing very well since the change introduced in 2.0. We'll keep an eye on them as we consider further tweaks roster diversity. Keep the feedback coming. For now, we're only adding a cooldown to Lord Scroll deliverance of each spells, as these are hugely powerful and should conform the norms of our spell systems regardless. Huh. Poor Lord Krog has a cooldown now. What will we do? Fixed a bug where the alignment of Monuments commandment was providing global construction time reduction instead of provincial. Nakai is no longer too zoomed in on the character details panel. Yeah, he was out of the out of the screen, or bigger the screen. A broken visual link in the Nakai's technology tree has been fixed. Fix an issue where Caudal units would not be recruitable if you own the Silence and the Fury DLC, but not the Prophet in the World DLC. Hold on. Did they fix this shit?
Unfathomable knowledge.
Oh, they fixed this stuff here. It's all aligned now. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Too early. Never mind. Never mind. This one is out of order, and this one is, yeah, this one is out. Never mind. Next update. Next update. Yeah. Campaign. Tic-tac-toe will now receive a king chief with a unique trait at the start of the campaign. Ooh. That's cool. Let's see what it is. Please don't be determined. 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 Krogar's long victory objective is no longer target lost and instead focus on limiting the force of destruction and chaos nearby, as well as ensuring nearby jungles are in safe hands. His short victory objectives have been slightly tweaked to better suit his starting position. Fix an issue where raising or taking a scam element would not count toward Gorok's Mace of Ulma quest. Yeah. Itsy bitsy. Incantation of Mambo Jumbo, and it's -4 instead of -5. It's -5 instead of -4. So they took Pompous and they made it -5. Wow. Wow, so unique. So unique, guys. They've undone themselves. It's almost like the guy who did this doesn't know about the Lizardmen generic trait that says enemy leadership -4. Probably the same guy that is still writing public order and patch notes of control. Okay, boys, let's make a short break before we continue. In a bit. We're back, boys. Hi, Karen Senpai. Okay, where were we? Hold on. If that Oxyotl guy, if there's a planetary alignment, if the Earth is in the right position with all the planets in our solar system, that guy might roll Pompous and that other trait he has, and he almost has a unique trait then. -9 leadership for the enemies. I can only see Scotty restarting all night instead of doing something, you know, else productive with his life. Trying to get Pompous there. So, okay. Nakai's long victory objectives are now mainly focused on dealing with Servants of Darkness in the east, with the exception being Clan Pestilence and Lastria. Huh? They better not be on a short campaign victory. If Clan Pestilence is still alive, once Nakai reaches his short victory, he will receive a dilemma, allowing him to spawn a wandering army to aid the lizards in Lastria. Scalberry. Added the total Old Ones favor value to Nakai's temples of the Old Ones panel. Remove duplicate experience effect Nakai's Sentinel building. Oxyotl. Fix Oxyotl's vision of the Old Ones spawning extremely strong enemy armies in the early game. What they mean by extremely strong armies is like you start the campaign and the first army is like Chosen and Chaos Knights and shit. And then your army gets wiped out and then you quit the campaign. Full tier 5 units, no shit. 19 Keepers of Secrets. Get the fuck out of here. Someone was taking the piece there. 20 Great Demons. Huh. Man, I had 13 Keepers and 6 Soul Grinders on turn 5. That's fucked up. Hey, Mimda. 19 of those wizards. Lords of Change. Fix Oxiolo's teleportation cooldown. He's now limited to teleporting once per turn. Oh man, he was be able to teleport more than once per turn. Oxiolo's victory no longer targets Laster. Instead, it requires the completion of 25 medium-hard visions of the Old One's missions. Previously, Oxiolo's pre-2.2 short victory condition. Oxiolo's short... There was a short victory for 25 medium-hard? Oxiolo's short victory objective, the completion of medium-hard visions of the Old One's missions, has been reduced from 25 to 6. From 25 to 6, you know. Makes you wonder who decided to put 25. And now, who decided to put in 6? Who is the one that decides these numbers? Do they even play the campaigns? Imagine being that one guy playing one of those, you know, factions that, you know, people don't really play, and then giving input and then reading your feedback without ever playing your campaign. That one guy made a difference here, boys. Spells. Deliverance of Itza Lord Croak. The spells now have cooldown of level 1 15 seconds, level 2 20 seconds, level 3 25 seconds. What's preventing me of casting level 2 and then level 1 and then level 3 and then level 2 again, then level 1, then level 3? Because I have 3 buttons. I don't have 1 button. So some guy there was just pushing 1 button, and because of that guy pushing 1 button, everybody pushing level 2, all of them got cooldown now. The 1 button guys to blame. Norsca, dev note. This time around, Norsca only received some minor changes. Ice Wolves particularly have been performing significantly worse than Flesh Hounds while being in similar cost bracket. As such, we are bumping up their combat performance and slightly reducing their multiplayer cost. Additionally, we are also slightly increasing the leadership of Norsca and Chaos Troll units, matching those of the Greenskin variants and allowing them to remain in combat a little longer. We're also reducing the multiplayer cost stacks on the heavier Troll variants. Heavier Troll variants? What? Norskans don't have armor trolls. General updates. Remove secondary building requirements for all units. Moved unlocks or shared units to the Smith chain. Recruitment cost reduction. So the Smith now does something else. Buffs the recruitment and lowers the recruitment cost. Offering chains grant recruit ranks, experience, and replenishment. Norscan income change. Literally got halved. And they were running some serious economy, Norskans. Campaign, dev note. We can see the players are enjoying Norsca now, although there have been a lot of comments about the ease of their campaign. We want to retain their naval-based expansion pattern and their strong focus on naval operations. So we have therefore reduced their land-based economy. This should also put a bit more emphasis on devoting raises to the gods without stopping players from creating a bit of static economy where needed. Fix the main position of the Norsca Monster Hunt quest bells. Skagay settlements in southern Nagron have been removed and returned to the neighboring Dark Elf factions. Norscan Giants. Norscan Wolves got 4 more attack. And got nice damage out with it. The Norscan Ice Trolls and the Norscan Trolls got 5 more leadership. War Mammoth had a fixed and incorrect mass setup. What the fuck this means? The fuck if I know. But I'm gonna read it anyways.
As I hold Gal Maraz, I am ready.
What? War Mammoth only has 6600 mass? What? Can be right. $1,600 is a lot. Well, the Red Sovereign here has 12,000. The mammoths are huge. Rogue's King of Trolls skill now applies effects as intended. Oh boy. It didn't even work. It didn't even work. How?
I am the one. Battle time is feeding time.
So this is the only thing that was didn't even work. Greenskins, Spider is 4100, Rock Idol is 12,000. Ogre Kingdoms, Stone Khorne is 9,000. Nurgle. Is this in this multiplayer update for Nurgle? We are making their Chaos Shrines more expensive on the characters, while encouraging the inclusion of elite monsters and Chaos Knights in the meta. Pestilence effects that are designed to increase enemy siege attrition no longer decrease it. What? Pestilence effects that are designed to increase enemy siege attrition no longer decrease it. Who is even sieging these settlements to even figure these things out? Instead of attacking immediately. Children of Nurgle passive no longer utilized in the game. What does this mean? It looks like they removed it from the Great Demons. The Great Demon used to have it as an icon here. Now they had it, but it didn't work. So I guess they removed it. Ogre Kingdoms. In update 2.0 we went a bit too far by reducing the capture weight of all Ogre infantry to 3 in domination mode. Akin to other monsters' infantry, as this race lacks access to regular non-expendable troops, we will be making an exception to bring their control capabilities up to speed with other races. That's that other game we don't play. Having found in the open air and sea breeze of Myrmidons a little too overwhelming, Skrag the Slaughterer starting position is being updated to more familiar and cramped tunnels of Karak Angazar. Oh. Let's see how it looks now. Elgal, apparently in the multiplayer they don't have nobler trappers. They moved him into the Black Mountains. He's still eating Border Princess. Spaghetti and pasta and the other pasta stuff. In battles, improve the attacking AI's ability to knock down settlement walls. Technology, Sky Titan Plateau now gives +1 camp limit for every level 5 camp constructed. So get level 5 camp and then you get another camp limit. Cool. I feel loading times are kind of faster. Well, I do have a really fast SSD. Skaven. The mass of Skaven Doom wheels need a bump, especially since similar chariots are simply more weighty. This should allow them to push past infantry mobs more easily while ensuring they can still be surrounded and caught. I'm not sure what does this mean. The mass of Skaven Doom wheels need a bump, especially since similar chariots are simply more weighty. So they buffed the mass on the Doom wheels, but listen to this. This should allow them to push past infantry mobs more easily. Why didn't they end it there? A dot, end. But they added while ensuring they can still be surrounded and caught. Warlock Engineer heroes once again experience a 10-turn cooldown when establishing other cities. It's contradicting, yeah? Added missile settlement, missile icons for resource strategic locations for Krugvik Mountain. Through Skaven AI construction reduce the amount of Skaven slave armies, especially for Clan Ashen. Fixed an issue where the Plague Priest from the Pestilence scheme was not spreading plagues to settlements. Well, little by little, the AI does more stuff. And they didn't use Plague Priest, the Pestilence scheme priest. Plagues are back. Faction and Lord effect updates. Dev note, we are continuing to iterate on the faction and the Lord effects of all the lords. The goal is to ensure every character has their own thematic playstyle that incorporates any new mechanics, systems added since their original introduction. Okay. Quick Head Taker, Dev Node. Clan Moors are known for the most unscaven-like loyalty. So we are representing this by giving quick access to cheaper, more frequent uses of Menace Below, as well as cheaper clan rats and stone vermin. The following changes have been made to faction effects. -2 loyalty for Great Seers. Quick no longer steals a percentage of experience from other lords. Food cost reduced by 33% for Menace Below uses. Players can now purchase up to +5 additional uses of Menace Below before battle. So basically you're gonna be fighting Squeak now, and he's just gonna be... you're gonna move your army, and he's just gonna be shit annoying, just spawn Menace Below while, you know, you're trying to engage him. Reduce up for clan rats and storeroom by 25% faction-wide. We also add a new reward for capturing Kark 8 Peaks and tweak Quick's Lord effects to be more versatile. Quick's Lord effect changes. The 30% upkeep reduction for clan rats and vermin has been removed. Added -20 leadership for enemy lords and heroes in local region. Weapon strength and melee attack buffs when fighting dwarves and greenskins now apply map-wide. Melee attack buff when fighting dwarf and greenskin change +10 to +10%. You know, guys, the melee attack is already a percentage. Somebody does put percentages on percentages. Because it's already a chance to hit in a percent.
Summon the Elector Counts.
The percent guy is back.
No one controls Warlord Quick.
Melee attack +10% when fighting against dwarves and greenskins lord's army. So Storm will get +2.5 attack. Only against dwarves and greenskins. Stone Vermin Swords and Shield will get +3.8 attack. Makes no sense that the attack and defense have percentage increases. It should be almost flat. This thing used to only work for Quick, now it works for the whole army. Quick doesn't need attack, but damage is nice. Kark 8 peak changes. Controlling Kark 8 peaks as Quick now grants Frenzy for all clan rats and stone vermin. Oh, that's cool. Maybe they remembered the Crooked Moon also has Kark 8 peaks, and they could add something to there as well. Tretch Craven Trail. Tretch original bonuses for breaking trees were not really worth the major ability cost. No shit. We have reworked them to instead provide major bonuses on any war declaration, rewarding the player for setting up cunning schemes and eliminating their opponents in rapid, unexpected attacks. So, he's going on Blitzkrieg. To present Clan Rictus' renowned wealth, clan rats and stone vermin who manage to survive a few battles against some experience will win the gift of improved armor and weaponry. Tretch's own army will now benefit from the devastating flanker attribute, making his armies particularly vicious in ambushes. And Nedhug. The betrayal bonus has been reworked. Tretch's faction now gains the following bonuses to all armies for 3 turns whenever he declares war. Plus 25% ambush success chance, plus 30% enemy reinforcement time, Vanguard deployment, plus 1 use for Menace Below. Other faction effects changes include plus 3 recruit rank for Stone Vermin has been removed, plus 1 armor and base weapon damage attack per unit experience rank for Clan Rats and Stone Vermin has been added. So even more elite Stone Vermin now.
Chief Master of Deep Warrens.
Gain additional plus 1 armor and base weapon damage per unit experience for all Clan Rats and Stone Vermin. +1 armor, huh? So if they're rank 9, they get 9 armor. And they got 90 armor. +1 base weapon damage. At least it's flat. Yeah, I think it should have been 1 armor piercing damage, not 1 weapon damage. Campaign threats, fleshly borders to the upgrades will now correctly apply their effects, such as random mutations for Skaven slaves units. However, for this to take effect, players must start a new campaign. The Warlock Engineer models is no longer offset on the campaign map after a quick save is loaded. Skaven settlements have their wall towers swapped for tier 3 and tier 4 projectiles have been fixed. The rich currently lost by our blood passive. So he's no longer the comrade. He's back to being just a rat. And Doomwheel mass got increased quite a bit. Slanesh. Dev note. Slanesh has shown near absolute dominance in multiplayer as of 2.0 update. There are many factors to this, and while we have raised the cost of devoted marauders in 2.1, many significant outliers remain. One such overperforming unit is the Chaos Shrine of Slanesh. We are reducing the damage of its Giver of Torches glory. Seeing as the shrine does not need to be actively in melee to trigger this, reducing the multiple cap will have a significant impact too. So they nerfed the Mortis engine on the shrine, which also nerfs the Chaos Sorcerers of Slanesh. Another big overperformer have been Hellstriders of Slanesh, as they have been gained significant stats thanks to Mark Slanesh, but they remain at the same price. This will now increase to match the Hell Scourge variant. On the topic of Hell Scourges, we have an across-the-board problem where the associated infantry units have no armor-piercing damage. Well, duh! You forgot to put damage on them. Expensive units must perform well, so we are giving them a 1/3 armor-piercing ratio and matching their cost to the core variants. Hellscourge units will continue to be better at holding the line, but perform just slightly worse in terms of damage dealing with their regular infantry counterparts.
Kazrak armor. Sickler does not serve.
Slanesh Disciple arms no longer count toward the supply lines calculation as bug 2. Kara can now choose to destroy or subjugate targets to satisfy their short victory objectives. So Chaos Warrior Slanesh, Hellscourge is supposed to have 10 AP, Chosen 13. But when we go to see their damage, six and 7. Why would you use this shit unit? 7 AP. This guy has 14. This is barely acceptable. This faction does not have damage bonuses. Well, this is just shit. Like dog shit. Why would I use this unit? So bad. Just imagine using this shit over other chosen. It's like, you want guys with Razor Standard, or you want guys that are slightly tougher on already one of the toughest units in the game. No, they're slightly tougher, but they don't get Razor Standard. Because, you know, they need toughness. Like, what? This is a huge miss here. Why bother with this shit? Pure animal. This is crazy tough. 120 armor, 10,500 health, 60 defense, 10 physical resistance on the base. Why, this is not an anvil and this is an anvil? Like, this is trash. Why choose a slightly tougher unit that does less damage, or you can use a already very tough unit that does damage? And this is a barely acceptable damage on an elite unit. If they fight armor, they're not gonna kill fast enough. Or this is just gonna be shit. The Chaos Knights have that same problem. They don't have enough damage. And you were forgetting that they forgot the weapon strength buff for infantry and cavalry. Faction does not get it, which makes this thing even worse. This is trash. They went from broken to trash. And they're not even the right numbers there. .25 speed playback and skipping load times let me catch Elich up live, but now Elich sounds drunk compared to his previous pace. Well, I've been up since 5 in the morning, so I'm tired already. They can't even get the numbers right. One-third armor piercing ratio. 1/3. It says 1/3 here. The numbers say here. But when you go into the game, Slanesh 27, 23, 4. How is this 1/3? 31, 25, 6. 41, 34, 7. If they want this unit to be different enough, so you use a unit that's tougher and does less damage than their counterpart within the faction. The only thing to do here, honestly, the only really thing to do is to give them some kind of short-range debuff, not on contact. But if you like, I don't know, 30 meters debuff, which is kind of like melee range, that significantly reduces the enemy speed and defense. Like minus 30% speed and minus 5 defense. Because it's not gonna matter the moment they're engaged. Because you need to still pin them. If you have one of them pinning multiple enemy units, they can't move. Then it would make sense to flank like that. What does Defender do? This unit has a little bit more defense. That's it. This is already obscene toughness. Obscene. And this is a rank 0 unit. These guys have 10 more. Irrelevant. Well, these guys do double damage. My bad. Over double damage. This is just a failed design. And a failed change again. Fail, fail, fail. From broken to trash. Kinda sad because those guys are chosen. Really bad. Maybe if they had a better weapon range. So this is another thing that could happen here, because you know, it's not important to see weapon range, attack interval time, and splash. It's not important, but could be cool also if the Hell Scourges had like 3 weapon range, like 3 times the range of the swords. Which means the guys in the second and the third row could also do attacks. Not just the front. And then this will be fine. Be really good against unarmored units. They will kill them much faster. Usually in a regiment like this, at least half the guys are doing nothing. I can't believe they didn't do shit like this, you know, they have whips and they have little identical shit like swords. Even if their weapon range is slightly better, it should be way better. Abilities. Disciple armies that are summoned by Slanesh on Holmestation will now scale in size based on the local Slanesh corruption. Isn't it supposed to work like this before? The max damage of you Torches Glory, Chaos Slanesh has been reduced. That's good, dude. That's good. I don't want to see real Mortis Engine damage on other Mortis Engine effects. Only Mortis Engine should do that real damage. The Empire. Some padding has been added between the Empire technology groups so they appear nice and neat. What?
In the name of Magnus.
Empire factions can no longer bypass the 5-turn cooldown confederation through their faction mechanics. Lector counts tweaks. Lector counts can now invite you to join wars. Okay, that makes sense. Greatly reduce the reinforcement delay and remove the cost of moving the reinforced point in Emperor Elector reinforcement battles. Added extra cavalry units to Emperor Elector reinforcement battles to help with large map sizes. Previously, the player would receive an Imperial Authority penalty when an Elector count capitals were raised, but not when they were occupied. This produced strange outcomes. For example, it was considered fine if Fedus occupied Hochland, but not if he raised it. Now, the penalty will apply if any non-Emperor faction controls the capital. Since Sylvania has occupied on turn 1, we have increased the buffer for when penalties from lost capitals kick in from 1 to 2. They added upgrade to the UI. Look at this balanced technology. Still balanced, nice. I like me some balanced technologies. Armor plus 15 to all infantry units. Every single one of them. Not 10. It's not particular units. All units, 15. Okay. That technology is so stupid because when you get it and the AI doesn't get it, it's messed up. It's hugely imbalanced. Region tagging. Elector counts now use the region tagging system present in Champions of Chaos. Players now give a broader set of regions to the relevant electors, including ones not owned by elector or the campaign that they might have claim to. Region tagging system. Authority is now gained by returning an elector's capital rather than reviving them from death. This removes situation where it was better to allow an elector to die rather than to save them. Know that the players will need to start a new campaign for these changes to be implemented. Can finally have diplomacy at Marienburg.
You dare come at me making demands? Call yourself men of the Empire?
What? By Sigma's will, come in.
Yeah, so they fixed the Marienburg not being part of the Empire, but being part of the Empire. That was really annoying in Warhammer 2. Fix an issue where Karl Francis' short victory objective would sometimes abort. Karl Francis now receive a guaranteed visit of a random type at the start of his second turn. Is really, It better not be a disciplined Jade Wizard.
Jade Wizard.
Well, it's the best one, and trade is not bad. Added a missing garrison building chain to Aldorf. Okay, and reduce the unlock of Castle Reich to tier 3. Huh. And it provides garrison now. Well, they forgot to reduce the cost, but it's a good change. Okay, the Castle Reiger is good. But now people are gonna say Reichsford gets 2 Reichsguard, but Castle Reiger gets 1? Huh? They should have lowered the cost by 2,000, and they should have had 2 units of Reichsguard garrison, so it makes sense compared to the Reichsford. Yeah, that's a good change. Marcus Volhard's long victory objective now targets last instead of the Empire. Army spawn from Marcus Volhard hostility mechanic will now only spawn from certain specific location in Lastia. If Volhard has his ally occupied these regions, the armies will no longer spawn. The Aldorf Conclave Wizard has been reduced to tier 3 to match the generic chain it replaces. It now also grants additional +1 wizard capacity over the generic version. Yeah. The worship building still requires the fate rework of the Empire. The player-controlled Empire can now do full diplomacy at Marimer, including Diplomatic Confederation. Yeah, that's what they forgot about this in Warhammer 2. Confederating Empire minors through the Empire politics changes now properly obeys the 5-turn cooldown of Confederation. When giving you the option to confederate, it will be delayed until the 5 turns have expired. Orkmar has increased baseline inversion with added factions, Two Kings, Vampire Counts, and Vampire Coast. Prestige gain from battles is now visible in the post-battle screen. Update the reinforcement location for the player's allies during the Ember Bow quest battle. Noble buildings in the Ember Bow quest battle are no longer incorrectly marked as indestructible. Yeah, buildings like this locally provide the extra experience, because there's a local bonus and a faction-wide bonus, and it's supposed to be working together. There's multiple buildings like this in the game. Units, Boris Todbringer. Fix the order of Boris Todbringer's campaign skills. This campaign skills are out of order. Karl Franz, Devino, the Emperor was due to a touch-up. His new lord effects allow him to operate more effectively when supporting the Electors, and we buffed Galmaraz to better align with its legend status and lore. Oh shit! Let's see.
As is my right by Sigmar's crown, I am Prince and Emperor.
Can replenish neutral territory. So that's how they fix the elector counts traveling around the Empire. That's pretty cool. Really cool. Guardian for the Riseguard and Greatswords in the army, and charge bonus +10 for the whole army. God damn! God damn! They even gave him a good charge bonus, not the percentage nonsense. Galmaraz. So he lost some control bonus. He has a big damage buff. Sundering attacks. Thunder attacks are kind of irrelevant for Karl Franz, but there's like a Reichsguard fighting nearby. It matters a lot. Weapon strength +30% when fighting against Warriors of Chaos, Demons of Chaos, and Norsca. There's a lot of damage on it now. Very good if there's another unit fighting with Karl. Look at this, man. It's beautiful. And that's a good good Galmaraz buff. Best of the Empire. Lord recruit rank +1 all provinces. Unit gain experience gain +10% Lord's army. The Beast Slayer can be used on any Lord. It's on the Rune Fangs. Actually, in the book I read about Sigmar, Sigmar actually used a different weapon a bit as well, and not Galmaraz. Or maybe they went with that as well. Even while after he gained Galmaraz. Every lector count has a rune fang. It's like a sign of power office. Pegasus still has traditional skills, goddamn. Greatsword still have leadership. This is still local. Prestige plus 25% gain from bells. So this faction have easier time with prestige. That doesn't do much for later. What swordsman AP? Should be 7. I have same AP as the chosen Hell Scourges. Guys, that's not funny. Stop it. You guys know this affects me especially. Chosen of Slaanesh. Instead of getting spears, axes, or fucking halberds or some shit like that, we get fucking whips. And it gets better. They're dog shit. So much about unit variety. Tomb Kings, let's see what is going on here. Doesn't benefits anybody. You know who this benefits? Fucking Pepegas on the internet who want to be special mama boys using units nobody else is using. And then they go to the forums, you know, trying to defend this crap. And shit design. It benefits those Pepegas, nobody else. General updates. Remove Vampiric Corruption level 3 of the protection chain for Tomb Kings. Added the bespoke overlay for the defeat panel for Tomb Kings. Huh? Fix the discrepancy between porthole and unit cover for Direwolves units. There are some slight tweaks to Khalida's short victory to make them more vampire-centric. Cetera will now receive a Tomb Prince with a unique trait at the start of the campaign. Ooh. You know, I like they adding unique traits on some starting heroes. But why they give random trait on the main trait? Why? Why they can give something fitting to that hero? Something with the goes align with the unique trait.
Summon the Elector Counts. All bow before the imperishable.
Coming +5 leadership. Mud's Wolf, that's enough. Raging for Determined. That's a timeout. See you later. Hey Homer, good morning.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
Yoo-hoo.
What the hell?
Thank you. Prince Nebeter. I haven't seen that name before.
My own counsel.
That can't be right. Is he chariot master every time? No. That's fucked up if he isn't.
I command here.
He has to be a chariot master every time, because you can get him on a different mastery, and then it's just fucked up. God damn, man, can they do anything right? That is so stupid.
Zanno Nehikara.
So you can roll a trait here that doesn't have to do anything with the chariot. And then he has a buff on steed and a chariot. But you can use only one. They should have just given him the chariot master. But it's the unique trait is cool. And it's gonna suck when we start the campaign and he gets the other thing. Tomb Prince has like 3 good traits. But that one specifically... Yeah, 3. Unique traits makes him stronger on a chariot and gives a skeleton chariot capacity. Tomb Kings can now increase skill capacity repeatedly via the mortuary cult. I don't know, guys, but that smells like CS spies.
I command here. All bow before thee.
Update the subtitles to display speed in Arkansas to stop Nagash quest battle to be consistent with the other quest battles. Yeah. What's the catch? The cost scales. So the more you do it, the more expensive it gets. What do you mean spies? There are no spies here. How can you know there are spies? Nosmer, someone note this down. He might be a CS spy.
Zanno Nehikara.
That's cool. It's about time. This is the way to go. Because the heroes are kind of important, especially Necrotech and the Lich Priest. Zinch. Dev note, we are for the most part happy. Is we. They. Not us. We are for the most part happy with the Tzeentch's performance and my bad. Tzeentch's performance, and these changes are largely just part of wider passes such as the Spawn and the Chaos Knights. Chaos Sorcerers of Lords were able to instantly summon Spawn without a wind up or initial cooldown, and we are bringing this in line with the Call to Summons. Chaos War Shrines of Tzeentch haven't been as performant as their other counterparts and have forced your spellcasters to stay in direct vicinity. This isn't very practical, so we were giving the Giver of Arcane Glory a map-wide buff with a better spell mastery effect. Cool.
As I hold Gal Maraz, I am ready.
So they doubled the spell mastery on it. It's a little bit better. General updates. Added missing effects for Siege Sorcerer Lord on disk when doing casting animations. Half of the library and corruption chain income percentage increase is now Winds of Magic dependent. Pain. Kairos starting position has been changed with these mysterious goals in the Fortress of Dawn now complete. Kairos is a retreat to the Fate River crevice just across the ocean. I mean, just across the river. I don't look like there's no ocean there.
Keeper of the Destiny Scroll.
Demon Prince of Tzeentch was 2500. What the fuck were they smoking? That shit is so underwhelming. And in multiplayer it's gotta be like 10 times worse. Look at that difference, it's like mega change. Gotta be the worst Demon Prince. Order change lost the passive as well. Let's hold them lost the passive. Well, Kairos thing is to start here, or the Vertecus is.
Kairos, Fate Weaver.
Yeah, it does have a crazy barrier. Soul Grind of Tzeentch got more ammunition. That's a good change. What in the shit? What the fuck is this? What the fuck are they smoking? Where does this come from? What the fuck? What's wrong with multiplayer? Sparring champions have 10,000 health. Okay, you too much. Stop it. What the fuck? What is going on?
We are the cult of the Eight Winds.
What's the explanation for this? Vampire Coast. Vampire Coast artillery crews now play context-sensitive VO voiceovers. Fixed Vampire Coast armies building Vampire Counts siege towers. Added a bespoke overlay for the defeat panel for the Vampire Coast. Fix an issue where zombie resurrection sound effects could be spammed if multiple entities were brought back to life at once. I just don't get it. How can they do this thing with aspiring champions like this, and then that minimal they just leave the Stormwind as they are. Someone need like a entity change. Who decides these things, man? Where his mercy? Vampire counts, general updates. Fix an issue where chill guys were not healing from effects as expected. Only chill guys? It was every cavalry unit was broken. Remove some unnecessary penalties from the Kemmler's AI. I mean, fix an issue with the Balefire order from the Balefire Corps would not apply, so... Updated the hard collision in Vlad's Blood Drinker quest battle. What quest battle? What quest battle? Has a quest battle? News to me?
I am Prince and Emperor. I'll take Sigmar.
Bow.
Updated the hard collision in Vlad's Blood Drinker quest battle. Turn 1, rank 1, Blood Drinker acquired. Carcening acquired. There's no quest battle. What is with the bench here? Being a artillery unit, want to make the damage on precinct, but there's no damage output ratio consistent with the other artillery units. But didn't they already change this? You can start as Vlad? That's news to me. I don't see Vlad on the main menu. Abilities. Monthly one cast and loads effect, getting him 5 additional magic reserves will no longer revert upon loading a save file. Damn. But it was bugged, like people were saying. Wars of Chaos. Okay, let's see. Wars of Chaos have been performing rather well since they have access to marked units and a wide variety of characters. Largely speaking, we are happy with where they stand, with the majority of issues addressed with changes to the monogod races. The undivided Chaos Warshrine has been not nearly as performant as its marked counterpart, so we are doubling the physical resistance effect to give her glory. And then we doubled it. The rework on aspiring champions have got them performing better than before, but we felt they could use another bump to their hit points. Bump? 2,000, you call that fucking bump? This should bring them more in line with the units of 60 anti-count. What the fuck are they smoking? That's a Whopper. Whopper 2K. One of those 2,000 calories. General updates. Fixed an issue where Arcane Windows was not granting Warframe attacks to all units with the Mark of Zinch. Force Chaos can now choose to destroy or subject targets to satisfy the short victory objectives. Fix a variety of skills not applying correctly for champion of Chaos Arm Lines. Fix an issue where Valkyria's shield would T-pose after death animation. Pestus, Zazel, Valkyrian Village can now upgrade demonic infantry into their exalted variants. Chaos Sorcerer Lordscape no longer has a mind of its own after the unit's death. Campaign. Fixed an issue that was causing Wars of Chaos factions to gain much higher post-battle loot values than intended. So that was not intended, getting those ridiculous values. And there was definitely something off with that. It was beyond ridiculous. Sequels, buildings, and commandments now spread / corruption rather than chaos undivided corruption. Okay. At least they fixed that. Valkyr's building ability at max level now allows casualty replenishment in foreign territory. Fix Valkyr's soul gain from post-battle sacrifice not being increased by her faction trade. This number of visas that can be opened by core immortal emperors that were positioned within impossible terrain.
Avert your eyes.
Oh yeah, we get 2 / corruption. 2 / corruption. / corruption. So I was pretty much totally forgotten before. There's still that issue of local armies with the stuff.
Who are these grotesqueries?
Okay. Update Face's battle behavior to make him engage more in melee combat than before. So he's no longer a necromancer. Added missing AI usage configurations on Face's healing elixirs and Harbinger of Pestilence. Aspiring champions hit points from 7,808 to 9,856. Just a bump. Let me just ask Google here. An increase. According to Google, just an increase. Maybe they're just sugarcoating it, you know, because, you know, they just say a bump, so we don't realize, you know, the 2,000 health. They lack killing power. Hostels 5 more leadership as well. Dev note, with the inclusion of Be'lakor in the War's Chaos race as well as his frequent appearances in multiple events, we've noted that most of his abilities haven't been set properly for the multiplayer setting. Today we are taking steps to address that and bring him into balance with the rest of the multiplayer roster. You know, guys, if I was working at CA and my job was to make the patch notes, you know, I would have that, you know, the checker on, and then after I'm done, I would send it to my brother for him to read it first before I, you know, put it out there so that everybody can read it. Additionally, his Shadow Shroud ability's duration is significantly longer than that of similar abilities, while we also offering us notably stronger 4% damage resistance. While we want to maintain the power level, we'll be reducing the uptime to bring it into line. You mean butcher it from 32 to 20 seconds. Thanks, multiplayer. Why didn't they just drop it to like 30% damage resistance and kept the 33 seconds? "20 seconds buffs feels bad, man." Okay, so what we got here? Fix an issue with undivided demon sprint skills. Chaos Mark and Atmosphere of Ruin did the same thing. Did they, huh?
Shall we decant the wine? Demon Prince.
15 armor and 50 AP damage. Not bad, not bad. There's actually the good change here. The guy needs armor and the AP. What was that with Sigwald? Sigwald. The innate trait now grants the Fascination Army ability to Sigwald's army if he's your faction leader. Damn. Egomaniacal now grants the narcissism of army ability to Sigwald's army. They added the Slaneshi abilities that demons have. Favored Son now grants plus 4 AP to Marauders, Warriors of Chaos, and Chosen Slanesh, but not the Chaos Knights. God damn. Marked by Slanesh now grants 5 defense to Marauders, Warriors and Chosen of Slanesh. What the? Why they buff this shit? I'm worried.
Exalted Rotbringer.
No way to buff weapon strength though. I forgot about weapon strength buffs for the Chaos, like the most classic heavy infantry and cavalry and like melee fighters in the universe, but no, they can't buff damage. And meanwhile their counterparts doing more damage.
Bring ruin.
Four more AP, huh? This has been incredible if it was also for the Chaos Knights. I was marked by the slash skill, not mark of Slanesh. This is it, boys. If you're playing Sigval, just get an Infinity Grinder. Full army of Chaos Warriors and the Chosen. Make a big circle around the enemy, put a Sigval in the middle, and then just surround them. These guys still get plus 11 melee defense. Technology. Sigil now has access to Vicious Slash technology. Fix an issue where the technology requirements for Nurgle Slash for second unit upgrades were the wrong way around. Vicious Slash technology. They just added here. Oh my god, they've broken the symmetry here! Pepe Meltdown? I guess it makes sense because this one is Slash faction.
Now.
Still only 7 AP, that's trash. Even with this, it's trash. Makes them a little bit better, but the swords just do damage. These units don't do damage. It's average at best. They're gonna really suck against armor. This unit's already struggle to kill armor. Struggle. All these units are gonna be shit against armor. And the Chaos Knights don't have damage against armor either. They forgot the damage buffs and the ways to increase AP properly. There's not damage buffs for Warriors of Chaos. There should be a technology to buff Marauder damage, Warriors of Chaos damage, and Chosen damage by at least 10%. What? So this is how fucked up some of these intensity settings are. Min 250, max 500. Max don't know how many others are fucked. I mean, look, this is that intensity system, guys. 250 and 500. We noticed it on several things. It's broken. Wood Elves. Added missing Wood Elf units to allied recruitment. Remove description that states special Wood Elves outposts reward Ember. Added missing garrison buildings to Wood Elf settlements. Added starting development kindred point for Ryan and Durtu. We can get more stuff going now. Dev note: we are continuing to iterate on the faction and lore effects of all the lords with the good goal of making sure every character has their own thematic playstyle and to incorporate new mechanics and systems added since the original introduction. Oh good, then maybe they fixed Orion finally. Orion, dev note: as the face of the more hostile side of the Wood Elves, we have tweaked Orion so that he focuses much more on campaign mapability and aggression. Orion is now rewarded for fighting multiple factions at once, and gains improved tools to allow him to zip around the map, opening up more expansionist playstyle than is available to other Wood Elves. Oh really? Let's see what they did with Orion.
I command here. I thirst for the hunt.
Upkeep cost minus 8% for Orion's army for each active war. What the hell? I'm just gonna declare war on everybody. Upkeep cost minus 4% for all the Orions for each active war. What the fuck? Have they played the game? Like, it's so easy to get 20 plus enemies. What game are they playing? There should be like 4% and 2%. What game are they playing, man? What the hell? We haven't had a campaign so far under 20 enemies as it progressed. That is stupid. Who balances this shit? Did they even do anything tried before they start a campaign? It's like they play for 10 turns, they might get like 3-4 enemies. And then the next one turns double, and the next one turns double, and the next one turns double, and the next one turns double. Don't they realize in this campaign you're gonna have 20 plus enemies no matter what? This might be the irrefutable proof they don't play this game. Or they don't play they don't test anything. It's so easy to have 15 plus enemies at least in the first 50 turns without even trying. They don't play late game? You mean like after the mid game?
Let them face the rage of the forest!
We also tweaked the Wild Hunt heavy trigger more frequently, though with a shorter duration, meaning that it can have a more reliable impact on Orion's campaign. Changes made to his faction effects. Now with new effect plus 20% campaign range of Uldrat stands. Lower the upkeep stuff, remove leadership in forest battles, remove the upkeep for the cavalry units.
Lord of the forest.
I don't know, I feel like something off with this portrait.
My will is yours. You have my blessing. I will grant your request.
Look at this, War to the Shadow gave Orion not at war.
Talk at me in your crude language if you must. Where's my...
Good. Killed.
Shield of Athel Laurel. God.
859 upkeep, huh? So 6 enemies upkeep reduced by 48%.
Defender of
130.
They will not succeed.
I thirst for the hunt.
30.
I live to serve Ariel. Yes.
Yeah, I don't think they put much thought into this, because as the campaign progresses, it's gonna be pretty common to have over 10 enemies. Campaign wound range plus 25% after raising a settlement. Silting all over the place. So lower cooldowns and duration on the Valhand event. Now starts with the Valhand already active turn 1.
Master of the Wild Hunt.
Valhand also gives you movement range when raising a settlement. No cooldown on deep roots teleportation during the Wild Hunt. Changes made to his lord effects. Demonstrating charge bonus buffs now affect all cavalry units, not just Wild Riders and Stag Knights. Removed plus 5% faction-wide missile damage. Never ending hunt. Yeah, there's movement. Wild Rider 1 turn lower.
Summon the Elector Counts. Shield of Rakas death.
Dur to Dev Note. With Rika heavily focusing on the 3 spirit side Wood Elf roster, Dur was left without a clear niche. Back before he got really cranky, Dur was the architect of the original lines between the Wood Elves and the Forest Spirits. As such, we're giving him a host of tools that open up new synergies between the 2 halves of the roster. His Ancient Treatment now provide map-wide missile damage buffs when casting, and both Spell Slingers and Ancient Treatment will become more powerful when working together. On top of that, his Treatment can now also tear down walls, opening up new avenues of attack for mobile elf units. His team of synergy extends Dur's personal army, with his Streamen and Trickin now providing potent area effects. He's encouraged to mix units together to maximize their performance benefits. We also felt that Rika's combination of much stronger Treatment and much earlier access to them was probably a bit too much of a powerful combo, giving the major power spike as soon as you build a tier 3 settlement. As such, we split the difference between the 2 3 spirit focused characters. Both Drake and Dur now get access to Treatment at tier 4 rather than 3 and 5 respectively. Changes made to his faction effects. New attribute wall break for all Treatment and Ancient Treatment, so these units can attack walls. New attribute Master Elemental Winds for all Ancient Treatment and embedded Spell Singer heroes. Oh nice, make the Lord of Life even better. Gal says, Durtu needed boss question mark, at least Lizardmen find the right question mark. Kekui, very much. Possibility about the wood mob and missile damage buff when casting for Ancient Treatment. Yeah, got lost it to the other stuff. So every time he casts Ancient Treatment casts spell, you get 12% missile strength for 8 seconds. I feel like that's OP, they should have made it 6 seconds. You're gonna be casting spells all the time. 8 seconds, who decides these buffs? It's literally gonna be like one shot. All Treatment get annoyance of Netlings. the debuff. And all 3 can get Resplendence of Luminance, gets a damage and attack buff. Other changes, Durtu now starts with a spell singer instead of a branch rate. Durtu now has access to Draca's alternate version of Forest Spirit Chain. Level 3 of Draca's Durtu's Forest Spirit Chain now requires a tier 4 settlement, was tier 3. Campaign, Wood Elves no longer declare war on other AI Wood Elves during the Valhalla endgame scenario. Okay. Fix the Spirits of Elder Dilemma, offering to confederate the Wood Elves faction Spirits of Shanlin back in rewards under each option. Fix cases where a Wood Elf army couldn't teleport in or out of the haunted forests or jungles of China forest regions. What's wrong with her legs? It's supposed to be 10 those lines. You guys see that shit as well? It's like some kind of tattoos, skin markings. Like she's in water, really, right? Mentor. Character will share plus 30% of experience earned between all other active heroes of the same type. Huh. Cool, cool, cool. Like a new skill added to all heroes. It's you know, it's a start. Lords too. Character will share 50% of experience earned between all other active lords. Character experience gain plus 8% heroes and lords army. Damn. It's something. And it's also higher level, so like you should. What's wrong with this porter, guys? And when we did some kind of weird niche for Durtu, but I didn't change his unique skills to go with that. Just kept the same shit here. Bells. Major settlements controlled by the Wood Elves now have walls in defense settlement bells. Major settlements controlled by the Wood Elves now have walls in defense settlement bells. It's like the other buildings. Who's that other building? Oak Riders get Vanguard and fast recruitment. Traits. Remove the Wood Elf Talon of Kronos innate trait from the spell Singer and spell Weaver trait pool as the effects missile range strength would have no effect on them. Biggest Lizard while not gaining a unique trait when completing the quest battle for the Dragon Mount. Biggest access knowledge and wisdom of the battle will not give physical resistance to the relevant units. This is only Draga has that. Campaign. Update 2.2 brings an assortment of changes that have been. Update 2.2 brings an assortment of changes have been made to the overworld campaign and world mechanics. I'm confused with this, how this goes. Have been made. That's how you write shit. Dev note: in Warhammer 2, character experience from battles was based entirely on the result type of that battle. A heroic victory would gain a certain flight amount and a crushing defeat much less. In Warhammer 3, this was changed so that the value of the enemy army played a major role. While this resolved some issues, such as reducing the amount of experience you could get from trivial battles, it didn't address them all. Notably, the battle result types continued to play a major part, even though the logic producing them was not clear. Whether you got a heroic close or epic victory could often feel arbitrary at random. This could also greatly disadvantage the AI's own progression, which tends to lose a larger proportion of battles than the player. Additionally, the system resulted in substantially fast progression compared to Warhammer 2, especially fighting against high-value armies. While we are happy with the rate of experience gain being fast in Warhammer 2, it also greatly increased the range of experience you could earn for a single battle. This meant that the rate of progression could be radically different depending on factors such as starting position or playstyle. As such, we are making the following changes. Victory type is no longer used as a part of the experience calculation. Instead, experience will be granted based on a combination of the enemy's army value and proportion of the enemy army that was destroyed, regardless of whether the battle was win or loss. In other words, destroying 80% of the enemy army will grant the same amount of experience regardless of whether the battle was a heroic victory or crushing defeat. After all, failure is often the base teacher. If the enemy army is fully destroyed as a result of the battle, for example, if it was caught in a forced march stance and could not retreat, it will grant full amount of experience even if some units were able to escape during battle. Formula used to calculate experience has been adjusted to narrow the range of possible experience rewards. Experience gain will be around the same while fighting low and moderate value armies, but less when fighting very high value ones. Heroes will now gain around 100% more experience for participating in battles, bringing their progression rate closer to that of lords. In addition to this, we are adding a new mentor skill to every lord and hero. This unlocks at level 30 and can be upgraded further at levels 40 and 50. Allows them to share a portion of their experience earned among characters of the same type across the faction. Plus, the Lord version of the skill will grant increased experience gained to heroes in their army. Pretty much, if you get this on the Lord, you want to always get the new heroes in that army and send the experienced heroes to the new armies. Settlement garrison changes frequency of unwalled settlement battles. They've noted we continue to look for a sweet spot for the unwalled settlement battle types. The following changes will adjust the frequency of the battle type and reduce it. How much will depend on the player and also the AI's playstyle. Additionally, we have lost some of the more detailed and nuanced piece of content when we transition from ME to IE, but are in the process of re-adding some of this flavor. All major settlements will retain their walled settlement battles, enabled by the wall effect on the primary chain. All minor settlements will now trigger a land battle by default. Adding an effect that has a chance to turn the default land battle into an unwalled settlement battle. Similar to the wall effect on major settlements leading to walled settlement battles. The effect has been added to most standard garrison chains starting on tier 2 and 3. The below exceptions should remain as they were. Mind yourself, and Norskins and Ogre Homeland still do not provide vault sieges, but it will change to unvault settlement bells. Little Glades still do not provide vault sieges, but it will change to their unvault settlement bell version. Little Outposts still do not provide vault sieges, but it will change into their rolled bell version. Beastmen Herdsons still not provide vault sieges, but it will change into their Beastpet bell version. This is some additional changes too. Added a unit of Reisgard to Kislev and adjust the Reichsfort to 1 Reisgard instead of 2. Okay, so they're both 1. Okay, that's good. Ogres get access to both Garrison Chains Mine and Mages. Now only 1 is correctly available. Mystic Siege Defense Star Projectiles upgrades have been added for Kislev, August, and Nurgle. Heroes have been added to settlement garrisons from hero unlocking buildings. Khorne Tomb Kings, Bretonnia tier 3. Tier 5, Kate, Demon Prince, Nurgle, Ogre, Raika. In addition, we added missing spells to garrison heroes. Finally, additional units at all tiers for special settlement locations with 3 to 4 units or of higher unit quality have been added to the following. Hemri, Lamia, Black Pyramid, Tor Riveres, Karaket Peaks, Hell Pit, Yan Vale, Hexalotl, Itzakar, Zakara, Lot, Nagaran, Skinblade, Aldo, Dragonhof, Khorne, and Vegin. AI aggression and game difficulty. Dev note, we have received quite a lot of feedback related to the AI and game difficulty. While we have been fixing significant issues, we also felt it was a good opportunity to increase the aggressiveness of the AI. However, this is a double-edged sword. For players that are already struggling with the game, this has the potential to worsen the experience. We will need a lot more feedback on this topic to decide if these changes are correctly balanced. Please be vocal about your experience and don't forget to add your difficulty settings. General AI updates. Increase general AI army aggressiveness to a balance between the current and former values. Added additional difficulty scaling for aggressiveness on very hard and legendary. Tweaks for AI behavior silence elements, they are now more likely to attack. Increase faction potential bonus for higher difficulty, yeah, that was missing. Add increased XP gain for AI units, added increased XP gain for AI characters. Reduce AI generated diplomatic goals 2 to 1. Whatever that means. Maybe instead of being X twice per turn, and when you end the turn, it's gonna be S on maximum 1 per turn. Just AI skill selection for Khorne, Zinch, Kostaltin, Kugat, Boris, and Greases. Just how AI deals with characters' yin and yang effects. This priority for AI to build garrison and wall buildings. AI behavior with commandments that consume slaves adjusted. Settlement AI will now be aware of stealth units trying to capture victory points. Fixed bugs stopping the AI from correctly constructing buildings. The AI will now reliably research technologies that cost money. Remove a bug preventing the AI using their toggleable abilities. The AI will no longer be able to directly declare war on vassals of human factions. Fix multiple cases wherein respawn AI factions will become inactive. They are now more likely to declare war. Address the bug where the AI would avoid entering a settlement when attacking it. The AI will no longer be reluctant to upgrade the last level of chain if chain was already present in a faction. Attacking AI armies in siege battles will no longer commit to approaching a ladder if there are other easier means of nearby entry. You know what I read this one, guys? They are all going to try to fit in a single hole in the wall. All in, boys. And they all gonna get stuck. Nobody gonna get in. And then there's gonna be a bottleneck mosh pit. Improve the AI's use of agents, which should lead to more agents being embedded in armies and fewer cases of a large number of agents, several factions congregating around each other. The AI now uses the new dynamic region hint system as a part of its evaluation on when to declare war. This should decrease war declaration with distant factions that are unlikely to come and attack you. Various factions have had their base faction potential changed as part of star position moves and other changes. Will they try to move siege towers to the gates? Shit, Wizard, what the fuck, man? Why you even say such things? Shit, that's fucked up, man. What's this?
The dead alive.
Pause? What the hell? What is this, voodoo? Us using mods. Why are they archers in melee? Imrik doesn't even give a fuck, man. Look at Imrik. Imrik doesn't give a fuck.
Rip their souls out.
It would be such a nice experience for the Graveguard unit if he grinded all those guys. Okay. Yeah, now use neither man. Okay, various factions said they're okay. Legacy nerfs to Bear Legion when controlled by the AI from Warhammer 1 have been removed as they were no longer necessary. Thanks to the modern community for bringing this to our attention. Warhammer 1? Bear Legion is a Warhammer 2 faction. They were not in Warhammer 1. Minor Zinj factions have been prevented from changing of the ways in the Immortal Empire's map as well as the Realm of Chaos map. This will more likely require a new campaign to take effect. AI construction changes general. Higher incentive to construct landmarks and special buildings. Update the AI construction for Empire, Dwarfs, Greenskins, Vampires, Norsca, and Bretonia. Demon Prince incentivized to outsource barracks to minor settlement. Kislev. Increased chance of pick unique buildings in Kislev. Oh god. Empire embassies are incoming. Avoid construction of basic barracks and killer building in cities. Kislev, Erengrad, and Prague. Other chance for Boris to build the Bear building. Lizardmen. Incentivized to outsource Saros barracks to major settlement and get access to Temple Guard. Immortal Empires, add a new Skaven themed endgame scenario. Black Pyramid of Nagash now starts flying when the Pyramid of Nagash endgame scenario triggers. This battle also loads with a Black Pyramid in the map. Diplomacy. A low reliability rating no longer increases chance of successfully inviting another faction to your journal wars. Huh? How does that happen? Confederation has been rebalanced, making it easier to achieve. Specifically, the base versions has been reduced slightly. The weighing for the player's military strength has been increased slightly, and you will get a bonus to Confederation if you own regions within the currently active region in group for that air faction. Plus, the penalty to Confederation for the target having recently conquered a settlement now only applies for 7 turns, down from 10. So, because we were progressing super fast, we had massive penalties to Confederation in our campaigns. Altari and Akari have diplomatic contact at the start of the game. Add the front and customization option to enable diplomacy. Peace Confederation for endgame scenario factions. Countering a vassal faction automatically count as meeting its master. Fix an issue where resurrected factions could not be engaged with via diplomacy. This requires a fresh campaign, however. The gift to vassal option is no longer available if the vassal is dead and unable to be resurrected. Reduced public order penalty from Confederation from -8 to -4. So if you want to confederate, you need to stop expanding for 10 turns. It's for 7 turns. Or is it for them? It's for them, it's backwards. Oh boy. Hidden features, mechanics and stuff that's open to interpretation. And the AI, I don't know what they're doing half the time as well. And it depends which AI, which dev you ask. One knows a third of the game, another knows a quarter of the game. The next guy knows a half, but nobody knows more than half. So one guy does this, the other guy does that, and we still have no information how exactly does it work. And don't have all the stats, all the numbers, you know. I repeat, we still can't see weapon range, splash, and attack interval our units. Let alone like collision damage and stuff like that. Not important. Not important to see all these hidden stats. Not like we're playing a strategy game. Added missing army abilities to multiple quest battles. Fix missing tooltips for battle leader invalid usage flags and abilities. Update new land to correctly load barricades in the style of the settlement they are contracted in. Fix missing or non-functional army abilities and minor factors during battle. This means that changing an army's banner color, for example, during a multiple battle or just a custom battle, will no longer prevent some army abilities from working correctly. Game. Balanced competitive factions are great and all, but it's important they look and sound great as they got to business. Here's a look at all the issues that have been fixed in update 2.2. Very important. This is basically just some of the graphic, some of the visual stuff, audio and UI stuff here. Yeah, looking forward, as you can see, we have crammed a lot into update 2.2, but the work never stops. Update 2.3 rapidly approaches. It's next week already, and it's currently due to land in November. Here's a look at some of the improvements you can look forward to when it arrives. Update 2.3. This is going to be a Warhammer 3 final patch for 2022 before we ramp back up again in the first quarter of 2023. Update 2.3 is expected to focus on bug fixes and balance changes that weren't quite ready for this release, as well as fixes for to any issues that might bubble up over the next few weeks. As a result, it is expected to be lighter on content at 2.2. With this in mind, we want to ensure 2.3 addresses the most critical issues and the things that are most important to our players. So your feedback, as always, continues to be vital. Please keep becoming an official channels, get involved in discussion on Warhammer 3, and give us your thoughts on how the game can best progress throughout the rest of this year and far beyond. There are already some known issues currently on our radar, so let's take a look. Auto-resolve minor settlements post 2.2. There are currently known issues wherein minor settlements battles will have inaccurate auto-resolve battle results. We are already aiming to have a fix for update 2.3 and will keep you updated if anything changes. AI preemptive dodging artillery and range attacks. Another issue currently under investigation concerns the AI's ability to dodge certain artillery and range attacks in battle, making it a less viable tool than intended. We're trying to achieve a delicate balance with this one. We don't want the AI to make zero attempts at dodging incoming fire if it's feasible for them to do so, but certainly agree that at the moment the balance is way off. So guys, we had a battle against Dark Elves. They had a bunch of ranged units and some other units. I had 6 hell cannons in my army, 6. All my hell cannons started firing and the AI started dancing Mamba. And they all got murdered. dancing like left and right, trying to dodge missiles from the Hellcans. Yeah, it's clearly not working. It look broken as shit. It's fine when they're trying to dodge artillery shots from 1 or 2 artillery pieces. But if you have more than 2 artillery units, they should not try to dodge it. It actually hurts them more than anything else. Because I can use multiple artillery pieces to shoot at those units and they all fucked. No moving around will help them. If you have 1, especially 1 or 2 artillery units, there's nothing wrong about trying to dodge it. You can dodge it as well, because you can see where they're firing, we've shown it. But if you have like 3+ artillery units, it's pointless. Okay. Siege bells deploy structures. Reducing number of mine settlements in Arm 2.2, all the rest is part of the problem we identified. In particular, we continue to investigate how deployable structures are utilized in siege bells. Our goal is to work out how to best employ the structures without entirely negating what they offer to a siege bell. We have more on this in the future, but please know that we hear your concerns, we are looking into it, and we appreciate all the feedback we receive on this topic. Okay, boys, this is 5 hours of reading patch notes. Most exciting thing is this with the difficulty.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's true.
Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
I do hope it's closer to the legendary level of Warhammer 2, so campaign's a little bit more exciting. But of course, to see this, we're gonna have to, you know, play. We have currently 2 campaigns in progress, and 1 might be for a while. So these campaigns might also not have some of these changes. Usually if something is changed, they say that it might not work in your current campaign, but they've only been said this on a couple of things. Nothing mentioned regarding the AI stuff. Time to start Setter Yep, just needs more sunk off, and now I'm kind of falling asleep. You know, only a long day for me. I'll also make sure that if you do like read the patch notes or do jibber jabbers, we don't play after that. Always thinks about this. Need to lower the blood pressure first. But a lot of promising stuff. Hopefully the AI is better. That's like my biggest hope. We're gonna be continuing Scarcity campaign tomorrow. Crooked Moon continues. We have a This is Total War style campaign, Crooked Moon. This campaign has been playing a little bit over 20 hours and it got bugged. We couldn't continue until this patch. We'll continue playing it and see if everything is fine. Everything is fine, we keep playing it. This might be a long campaign because we're fighting everybody. I want to still play a little bit more of Earthane. Other than these 2, we have Setter next. So back to Crooked Moon starting tomorrow. But we're done for today. Thanks for watching, thanks for listening, and I'll see you boys tomorrow. Good night.